Are you coming outside or not? Yep, he has it. Irma, are you in here? Where are you at, baby? Ermi? Where are you? How did you even get up there, baby? Dude, what in the fuck is going on? Come on, Ermi, you want to go potty? Come on. Come on. Come on, let's go outside. Come on, boys, let's go potty. Come on. Come on. Come on. Irma, you want to go outside, baby girl? What the fuck? I might have to turn this live off. Come on, boys. Go potty. Come on. Come on, dogs, in. Come on. Come on, let's go. Come on. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. There you are. It's okay, Orly. Come on, over here. Good boy. It's okay. Go potty. You're good. Go potty. Go potty. You're good. Oh, he's pushing so hard, he's peeing. All over his own leg. All over his own leg. He's pissing all over himself. Doesn't even care. Get over here. Come on, boys. All right, let's go. Come on, come on. Come on, let's go, let's go. Come on, let's go. Smallest of all of them. Let's go. He's got 3 legs. Come on. Good boy. Oh, shit. There you go. Go inside. Good job. Okay. Irma. Okay. How in the fuck am I supposed to even get over there? What the fuck, Amy? Hi, baby. Hi, Ermi. Hi, Mama. Hi. Are you cold in there? Are you so cold? Are you so cold? I gotta call Amy. Yes, we're gonna try to feed everybody. Where's the cat? Yes, we're gonna try to feed everybody. Where's the cat food bowl? Hi, Meow. Oh, you scared me. I thought you were gonna bite me. Where's the other cat food bowl? Boys, enough with that. Okay, there's like, I don't know if that's a potato or if that's a turd. Irma, where's your food at? Hi, kitty. Yes, I see. Hi. Little Ermi. She's so cold. I need to find you a better blanket, girl. Okay. I don't know exactly what to do. I think she's gonna be okay where she's at right now. Hello, cats. Hello, cats. Yes, I know. You just want kisses, but I can't give you kisses because I have a cat of my own. If you touch me too much, she'll beat me up when I get home. Hi. Hello, you are so sweet and such big Mr. Beef. Hello, Mr. Beefy. Hello, Mr. Beef. Oh my god, dude. I like, what the fuck? Both of the cats are getting food out of a tuna can. That's not a fucking food bowl. All the dogs' waters are dirty. So apparently her dad, who's been living here in an RV in the driveway for the last month, was supposed to dog sit for her. And it's pretty clear to me that he has not been in here a single solitary time since she left. Poor fucking dogs have no food. I'm so glad I just came over here. I'm so glad I just was like, you know what? Oh no. The water's gonna be frozen. I can't wash anything out. The pipes are frozen. Maybe this, yay, isn't frozen. Kidding me, dude, right now? She went out of town where there's no dog food. There's no dog food. Oh, dude, I want to fucking yell at somebody right now. Are you hungry, girl? Come here, Ermy. Come on, baby girl. You guys already have food. Ermy, come on. Come here, Irma love. Come here, Mama. snuggle up with. You're going to be so cold. Blankets. Oh God, bless America. What a fucking shit show. Y'all, stop fighting. There's food right here. Look, there's a bowl of food right here. If you want some, come get it right here. Stop that bitching. Stop fighting with each other. You come get it over here. Good boy. There you go. There's a good boy. He's such an old grumpy man. Okay. Just need... That's a hoodie that works. Anything that our girl could snuggle up with. Oh my God, please no, don't do that, you cat. Oh my God, I love you so much too. You're such a sweet kitty. The kitty is literally booping me in the head. It's so sweet. Okay, I'm gonna bowl some cat food. Damn, dude, someone tried to bake something in one of my mixing bowls, apparently. So, that's just destroyed. Okay. Come here, Mr. Beep. Guys, stop fighting. It's super annoying. You've all got your own bowls. Mr. B, please stop climbing on me, buddy. I'm doing what I can here. Stop fighting with each other. Here you go, kitty, come on. You guys are so silly. Okay. All right, the heat is working. Okay, so as good as it's gonna get, I imagine. Maybe bring my heater over here. Just feel like it might pop the breaker though. Stop arguing. So I guess I'm dog sitting. I kind of want to knock on his door and make sure he's okay, but I don't like knocking on anyone's door. Hopefully there's not an old man dead next to me right now. You ready to come in? Come on. Come on. Ow, that was my toe, cat. Whoa, Orly, wait. Weird. I haven't seen a hair tie like that in a long time. Okay. That was a fucking shit show. Fucking animals. her dad lives here in the RV that's in the driveway, in the motorhome that's in our driveway. Amy's dad lives there, and he's an old man. He's supposed to be dog sitting for her. She had to go on an overnight excursion, which she rarely does, where she doesn't take her dogs. So she couldn't bring her dogs with her. It's work. So her dad was gonna dog sit the dogs, but I watched all day yesterday and I did not see him one single time go over there to check on the dogs or let the dogs go potty outside or whatever, right? And now granted, I did leave for a little bit to go to put propane or something in my car, in my tanks or something. I left for a little while. Not very long. Maybe 30 minutes I left, if even that. But I couldn't, Orly, get the fuck out of the way, bud. Excuse me, please. Thank you. I left for like 30 minutes yesterday, so I could not with full confidence tell her like he hasn't been there all day. But I did text her last night and I was like, I didn't see him go over there at any point throughout the day. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. That just means that I am now worried because I didn't see it. So do you want me to go and just check and make sure that your animals are okay and that things are getting taken care of? And last night she texted me like really late, a whole long thing, you know, talking about how he's got a lot of physical issues and health issues, and that, you know, definitely check on her dogs. So oh yeah, I'm on YouTube. TikTok is a shit show right now. It's like, you cannot, any videos you post their view count stays at 0, and comments aren't going through. The whole thing is a nightmare. It's only 8:30 in the morning? What? I thought I woke up at 8:30. Okay. I wish I could do 2 crafts at once. I wish I could practice this. I want to practice this, and I want to finish my knitting project at the same time. But I can't. Why do we have to only have 2 hands?
I mean, look what they do. I just see what they do.
I pray to God that Massey runs for president.
Want someone like you to run, so I don't have. And so, why don't you run for president?
I think it would be impossible to win.
Why?
When Rand Paul ran for Senate, it was in Kentucky, and I helped on his campaign. That was in 2010. And I was one of the volunteers, and I did the phones, and I put up signs, and I thought, I kind of understood how you would run for Senate, and 2 years later, I ran for the House and won, using what I learned from that, and the people who I made connections with, working on Rand's campaign. But then in 2016, I went to Iowa with Rand, and gave speeches for him or introduced him or went around in the presidential race. Oh man, and we took a pounding. Like, we thought that he could do well based on what his father had done. And when I came away from Iowa with this realization, I always thought until I went to Iowa with Rand, I thought that when people voted for Ron Paul, when they voted for Rand Paul, and when they voted for me in Republican primaries, that they were voting for a constitutionalist or libertarian-leaning Republican. But then Donald Trump went to Iowa and got all the people that would have voted for Thomas Massie, Ron Paul, or Rand Paul. And that's when I had to recalibrate my thinking. And I realized when they voted for me and Rand and Ron, they were voting for the craziest son of a bitch in the race. They weren't voting for the libertarian or the constitutionalist because Trump came in and took all those votes because because Donald Trump got the votes. I just don't see a path to winning.
Okay. Well, if you run out, I'll help you. I'll do whatever I can. How about that? But it's not much, but I'll do whatever I can.
You've got a bigger microphone. Why don't you run and then I'll back you?
I spoke at the UN Security Council at the anniversary of the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. And on the plane home, I realized that they had hacked into my iCloud account, my computer, and my phone with Pegasus.
So listen, in my phone, there's 3 nation states plus our own, is what I say. You want to talk about battery life. I have to carry 3 batteries in my pockets all day long just to keep these nation states, enough electrons to hear and see what I'm doing.
So that's why I see what they do to people, and just look what Big Pharma was able to do to RFK Jr. just because he wanted to have safety testing for vaccines, and it's amazing what they can do. I mean, it's with what I say about RFK, he's got lots of flaws, but that's not why the establishment hates him. They hate him for the things that he's right about.
Let me describe some of the other things they do that you don't see. 3 of my consultants have quit, like on my campaign, and all 3 for the same reason. And I don't blame them. I'm not even mad at them. If I were in their shoes, I'd probably quit too. They were told that your other 3 clients will fire you, or sorry, your other 30 clients will fire you if you keep working for Massie. And so they make it hard to basically to hire the people. And for everyone that quit, okay?
It's called gang stalking, alienation. It's exactly the same tactics that the stalker crazy loonies,
or I'll lose all my other clients.
the people who just watch me and never comment.
It's a mafia in the consultant world. By the way, I really love the consultants I got now because they're the ones who said, screw you. I'm going to work for Massie because I believe in what he's doing and I'm good enough at my job. I'll go find some other clients if your clowns fire me. Okay? So good for them. The other thing they do is, I told you I may have told you this, maybe I didn't. I've got 15,000 donors across the United States. My average donation is $80. Is that because I don't want millionaires to give to a super PAC and to help me? No, hell no, I'll take all the help I can get. The problem is, if you've reached some degree of success, where you have a $1 million disposable income, you probably can't afford to tick off this administration, or they will come at your business. And I'm not talking about IRS audits. Like it's bigger than that. You won't get the permits you need to do the business. You're foreign when you try to do business overseas. That'll get interfered with. So they intimidate. They can't intimidate my $80 donors, right? There's too many of them. But there are, and really over the MAGA split and on foreign policy, there are people of great means. I'm talking about extraordinary means who could put money in my race and post up against the Israel First billionaires. But they're staying on the sidelines because their business will get ruined. They won't be invited to the parties, the A-list parties, and all that goes away. So that's another part of what happens behind the scenes. things that you can't see, and I could see that happening in the presidential race as well.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I just go living through the hashtag Me Too era, having a fake one launched at me. I mean, they would just pull people out. I mean, look what they do. I just see what they do, and so I just want someone like you to run, so I don't have to go through that. That's what I'm.
And listen, if there was dirt on me, they would have found it by now. Like they would have. I can guarantee you. You know, I'm a widower, but I spent 35 years with the same woman and married my high school sweetheart. I don't even have any interesting ex-girlfriends from high school. I married the only one that would go out with me. So, you know, it's a good thing I've got kind of a boring social life and was a nerd because there's not a whole lot that they could ever find on me.
Well, I was, a comedian, so I've spent since 1989. I spent most of the time in nightclubs, and a lot of those nights were drunk and other things, and so I don't even know what I did. And so
you could say it was all in jest.
But you know what? I'm sure we disagree on lots of things, also you and I, but I don't ever have to worry about your opinion being bought. And I think we can have a reasonable discussion. And so I realized when Trump got elected in 2016, my mother-in-law voted for Trump because of abortion, and they want me to hate my neighbor because of that. And I realized, well, I love my mother-in-law. She's a wonderful woman. I'm not going to hate people who voted different than me. And I realized the game real quick was that, this is how they do it. They try to get one half the country looking at the other half of the country as their enemy instead of their neighbor. And my neighbor is not my enemy. My neighbor is the person who's suffering under the same oligarchy and Zionist influence that I'm suffering under. And they want us to hate each other. So because if we realized we had more in common that divides us, we would come together because we have a common enemy. And that common enemy is the oligarchy. And they can't have that. So that's why you see all this stuff is happening. And, there's more psyop. We live in one giant psyop is what I feel like. And
That's a great point. Imagine if they had convinced me and Ro Khanna that we hate each other so much that we couldn't work on the Epstein Files Transparency Act together.
Right.
But once we did, we had the biggest press conferences Washington, D.C. has seen in decades. And we did 2 of them with the survivors of the Epstein sex trafficking ring. And some of those survivors are Republicans, some are Democrats.
Good
they
morning.
didn't care what our political affiliation was. And then when we got it to the floor, it was 427-1 in the House was the vote and 100-0 in the Senate. If they had convinced people this was a partisan exercise by the time it got to the floor, which is why I tried to keep it from being about Bill Clinton or about Donald Trump. That was part of the psyop. Let's make it about Bill Clinton, and then we can keep the Democrats afraid of the files. Let's make it about Donald Trump, and then we can keep the Republicans afraid of it. And then we can make the vote, 1 to 427 instead of 427 to 1 by getting both sides to hate each other or to hate this bill for political reasons. So you've got a great point. Maybe you don't need to vote. Maybe we don't need new people there. Maybe we just need to convince them they don't all hate each other as much as they're being told. And part of the reason they act, at least, like they hate each other is their voters tell them to hate each other. Like, I won't vote for you again if I see you, shaking hands with AOC. That's the kiss of death in your primary or whatever. So I think that's a hopeful, time to say, once you realize you don't hate the other person all the time, okay, you can hate them 80% of the time, but at least acknowledge there's 20% of the time you don't have to hate them, and then you can get something done together.
As Frederick Douglass said, I'll join with anyone to do right and no one to do wrong. So that's what I live by. That's the message of this show. And so I join with you on many things.
This is what I'm experiencing
free speech,
right now as you say
bodily
that.
autonomy, anti-war, you know,
That's my
get
view.
donor corporate money on the whole deal. I'm with you on so many things that could really change this country. And then I would love to have the, you know,
Sunny
it's
sunshine.
almost a luxury to be able to finally go back
Coming in through the window.
and things that to me but right now we got a lot of big problems. They want us distracted, and I try to tell people don't take the bait, don't fall for it. Your neighbor's not your enemy. Your neighbor's an American who wants the same things you do, and that's the message they don't want to get out. And I think that's the message that you carry. And so I you know, I have a real soft spot for you, and I think a lot of people do. I've always considered myself a lefty, but I have no trouble supporting someone like you. And I used to tell people, you're up against the Zionist money in your primary, so they should go to thomasmassey.com/donate. Go to thomasmassey.com/donate, become one of those $80 donators, and fight against the oligarchy that way.
Hey, I got caught in the hallway by somebody who thought they was going to get one over on me, and they said, "Why don't you become a Democrat? When are you switching to Democrat?" And I said, "Then you know I vote with the Republican Party 91% of the time, but in the 9% of the time they're covering up for pedophiles, bankrupting the country, or starting another war. I ain't voting Republican. I'm not with the party like that." And somebody sent me a $15 donation with a note attached. Now, my treasurer, he's the one who's going through the mail and putting the checks in. He said, "I think you need to see this note," and sent it to me. And the guy repeated my quote, and he said, "This is for the 9% of the time. Here's $15.
I saw that video. That guy thought he really had you, and you smacked him down pretty easily. That was nice. Well done. Thomas Massey, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for your courage. Thanks for standing up to the powerful and being a voice for the people that don't have a voice. You're welcome back on the show anytime.
Thanks, Jimmy. It's been on my bucket list. I'm glad that we got to do this, and I'll be looking forward to coming back on.
Okay, thank you, pal. Hey, come see me live on tour February 20th in Lansing, Michigan. February
Maybe
21st
if I look
in
at
Milwaukee,
Over the Rainbow, I'll remember the notes. I don't think that's for me. I think that might be an advanced version there, friend. I can't move my fingers like that. Hey, baby, you make a better door than a window. Was that it? wish this thing was in tune so I could actually do stuff with it. Instead of just, because it's always going to be slightly out of tune. What's my watch on? Ooh, my finger's gonna bleed. Yeah, you know what? It's actually been pretty warm here the last couple. I mean, it's been cold, but the sun has been out fully. Like fully. There's no storm clouds, no rain. It's so dry, actually, the waterfall is dried up, which is pretty unusual for this time of year. The waterfall is usually pretty good, pretty heavy flow. Sorry, I know those hip muscles or hip bones can be a little bit tender, huh? Tita mamas. Tita mamas. Tita mamas. The baby. The baby. Tita baby. Tita baby. Yeah. Tita little baby. With a baby. The dog can hear me. You got snow in Kentucky? 38 degrees. Yeah, asthma sucks. My mom had asthma. You got that ass, Ma. I'm gonna put myself to sleep. Oh yeah. Now let's see if I can knit without falling asleep.
It's snowing in Arkansas. I want y'all to see something. You see all that snow on their backs? That's actually a good sign. Means they got a lot of good fat. They're insulated from the snow.
Do the same
I want you to
pattern.
see something.
Wait, what? Do the same pattern what? I missed that. I don't know what any of the music stuff means. So if you have suggestions, I'm willing to take them. But I don't know, like, the 5th fret and all that whatnot. I can carry a tune, I can hear a tune, whatever, but I don't know the instrument intimately. I'm just learning. I taught myself to play a little bit. I was okay for like a week and then I lost interest. It's been hanging on my wall for a while. Hi, I love your videos, but I've been having a hard time living. I wanted to tell you. Okay, wait, what? What is this like level of random internet trolling? You've never been on my account, my comments before. This is the only comment you've ever left, and you've only, yeah, I don't. Did I do that? Oh my God, have the bots taken over to YouTube? Sup, everybody? Unfortunately, no, I cannot teach you knitting, but you can do exactly what I did, which was type knitting for beginners into YouTube. And there's a lot of really good videos on there that'll teach you how. I already had a basic understanding of crochet. But no, I can't teach anybody. I'm not very good. I haven't quite grasped the fundamentals just yet. I'm almost there, but not quite enough to teach anybody. But I will be doing some dreadlock lessons here pretty soon. It's Orly snoring, Suki. It's the dog snoring. It's the dog snoring, Cat. Now he's waking up and he stopped. think I want to go get something cold to drink. I wonder what I have. Perfectly normal. I need to drink some water, I think. Ooh, I bought the fancy water. She smells like perfume. I love you. Did your mommies? She tolerates me. You smell so good. Why do you smell so good? All right, I gotta get up. What was I getting up for? Oh yeah, water. How did we get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. Oh shit. Oh god, I can't get it open. Oh gosh, I'm making a mess. There we go. Sheesh, you guys use really strong plastic. Damn, this water's kind of good. Yum. Thank you, water. She's a very good cat, yes. She's the best. Well, no, she's a fucking demon is what she is. Her mom is the best cat in the world. She just basically just does everything for herself. Except for food. Hey, we have one of those trucks in our yard.
Okay, folks, so we're going to talk a little bit about the response to the killing of Alex Preddy at the hands of a group of ICE officers on the streets in Minneapolis. Jake Tapper put together this little video here of Kristi Noem's version of events intercut with the actual video. So just in case you didn't watch the other segment, here's a little recap of what DHS says happened versus what actually happened.
A video that CNN just obtained of the shooting, and I'm going to overlay on the video of the shooting of Alex Preddy the description of the shooting that we all heard from the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. And I want you to see if her description
I don't want to watch the video.
matches what you
Expect damage on individual.
There's still a lot we don't know about this shooting. Apparently, Preddy had a gun on him. He also had a concealed carry permit, according to law enforcement. It looks as though, in the video, that his gun was taken from him by law enforcement before how Secretary Noem described it.
Of course not. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, there's just a little media observation. It's interesting how the corporate and mainstream media are trying to figure out how to ape the aesthetic of independent media.
Right. Yeah, with the
Jake Tapper in his little sweater there.
Yeah, his pullover.
In his living room.
Yeah.
You've got a
but
sweater on in your living room.
We did a whole segment on that. It'll be clipped separately, so go and watch that for a thorough breakdown of the
I
video.
don't know
But
if I want to watch that. I don't like that kind of stuff. There's nothing that I can do to change it, right? Looks like. What algorithm am I on? This is very interesting. Because I wanted people just like you to present themselves to me, Kevin. Unfortunately, I'm a really nice person and I am truly a pacifist. So people have done really horrible things to me, and I could prevent myself from experiencing those things if only people would be honest and authentic, like I am, about who they are. But I found that the type of person that typically I genuinely want nothing to do with, the type of person who would do other things, typically they have to make some type of comment about my tattoos or dreadlocks. That's usually how I filter out immediately, very quickly. Boom, just like that. You have, you announce yourself, you know? So I don't have to do any discerning. I just have to trust the way things are. Oh God, it's fucking freezing. I got the chibas. Hello, my love. Brr, it's fucking cold. I should probably turn the heater up, but the sun is coming out, and if I turn the heater up and the sun comes out, oh, there are clouds, I guess. Huh. I guess it might be chilly today. I want to preserve my propane because I'm like really, it's winter time, and so I don't work as much in the winter, and so times are lean. And, you know, you have to rely on what you've stockpiled over the summer. And times are lean. -32? I'm not in a tent. I am in a bus. Be right back. I'm turning the heat up. Could also put on my freaking hoodie. I mean, buses come insulated, so there's that. I have all the insulation that the bus came with, so not much. I mean, you have to think too, like, here, I'll show you. So my bus is 40 feet long, so it's like really long, and it's like all windows down the side and all windows down the side. So, the windows obviously allow heat to just escape, and my back window, the actual glass is missing and it's just patched up with wood. So down here is just a free flowing, it's cold as fuck back here and under the bed. Ugh. But I bought a really good heater, and I put it together and it works great. So yeah, sure, you can call me Becky. I don't care. What does you calling me Becky have anything to do? Oh, it's this. What does you calling me Becky have anything to do with anything? I don't care. Call me Becky. I don't care. Isn't that a derogatory term that black men typically use on white women, along with Snow Bunny and Tiffany? I'm so glad that it doesn't hurt to fucking hear sounds anymore. Hopefully I have some money going through today and I can go get my prescription.
This is something a little bit different, but I think it's important and I wanted to share it with you. So in addition to my consulting work and the podcast, where we primarily focus on authoritarian ideologies and groupthink and how these are impacting not only the culture at large, but specifically the fields of psychology, counseling, and education. I'm also a handmade pottery enthusiast. I have been collecting ceramics for a long time and wanting to try making my own. And in 2024, I started making pottery myself. I started taking classes and learning, and gradually just became more and more obsessed. And now I make tons of stuff. I love it. I spend a lot of time on it. And I'll show you a couple of things just for fun before I tell you a little story.
I wish I could afford to do pottery.
So I love making these. This is something I've recently started doing, and I'm playing with glazes. These are handmade ceramic wine glasses, and this is a set of 4. Here's a different set, slightly different shape, but wine
What's that got to do with anything?
Drinking cups if you don't drink wine. Stuff like this is really useful to me. This is a tea warmer. You can put a teapot or just a mug on there and warm up your tea or coffee with a tea light. And I particularly love these mugs. These are my forest mugs. They are carved and hand painted and carved before firing. And they all have a little Yeti or Sasquatch hiding somewhere different in the forest. So it's kind of like a Where's Waldo, but it's Where's Sasquatch. And I love making those. They're really cute. Around Christmas this year, it was actually November, I decided that I would list some things up for sale and share my work with more people, and hopefully make a few bucks in order to contribute to the cost of a pretty expensive hobby. And one can only have so much pottery, so I've got plenty myself. I've given tons as gifts, and I thought I would try marketing and selling some of my things more broadly. So I decided I would use Etsy, and I had used Etsy previously. I had an account that I started in 2018 and sold some art on that year. I only used it for probably a few months, maybe 6 months, before discontinuing that process. It was a limited time project that I was working on, and I had not used it as a seller since. I'd bought a few things on Etsy, but I hadn't sold anything in a while. And I did not know that in the interim between the last time I'd used the platform.
Listen, if you've got a craft room full of goodies, okay. Trying to think. Okay. What about weaving? Have you considered the, I think they're called like noble looms. That you can make like belts and stuff. Card weaving. You could do card weaving. You just have these cards with holes and you put the string through the holes. You have a bunch of cards, and then like you run your shuttle through, twist the cards, and then certain ones raise up, then you slip your shuttle through, and then you twist the cards and it raises up different cards. Looks really fun. Also tatting looks really fun, which is a way to make like lace and stuff like that. Dude, you could, oh my gosh, you know what you would be really good at, Cassie? Okay, so I have this piece of art. I don't want to get that. Do you see that mountain and that lake right there? That piece of art? So if you look at the tree, it's made out of real bark. Everything on that is paint and actual like moss, pieces of bark, leaves and stuff like that. It's made from pieces that you collect from outside. I think that you would be good, and you would thrive at an art form that requires you to be out in the woods, and you can get your stuff, or already what you've already collected, because I'm sure you've already collected a lot of stuff like that. See? Okay, so I think 100% that you should use some of the stuff that you've already collected, or go and collect new things and make new things out of other things, like leaves and whatever, and turn that leaf into like a boat, or make other things. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly. And also, because, like, you know, when he's doing that stuff, yeah, you do it too, but you could also take time for yourself, get away, wander about like you already do. And now you can just collect some things that you are, you know, because I know you see cool shit. You could also take photographs while you're there of like really particularly cool mushrooms, or you could get their spore prints. If you take the photograph of the mushroom, you can use that, blow it up, and then, you know, have the little mushroom, like cut it out, and then you can add the little mushrooms into your art. So that way then you don't have to bring the mushroom and deal with the preserving. Those bird's nest fungus too, you know, you can have those. Oh man, just so many things. Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, it's better to, you know, do things by the book. That's cool. This is the first time that my YouTube has had a couple of, like, only a couple of people, but it's all strangers. It's interesting. You're the only one in here that I know, except for Geo. Geo's probably here too. Why waste money on what? And the spelling that you used for waste, that means waste around your body. Like W-A-I-S-T means waste, your waist. But to waste money, it's W-A-S-T-E, waste. Oh shit, really? Hold on, she's texting me. I wonder if it'll go through here. Hi, Lady Turnip. That's fine. I'm just saying that, like, the comments, like, usually it's either a couple of silent watchers or like people that I know commenting. This is the first time that it's just random people, which is a good thing because that means that YouTube has put me you know, in the FYP somewhere. You gotta, you know, some people like to pander to the lowest common denominator, and I don't. So, you know, the ragey baiters and stuff like that will just eventually give up and go away. If you are easily bothered by comments that people make to get under your skin, I highly recommend you read a book called Code of the Extraordinary Mind. And in that book, it will teach you how to become unfuckwithable. Hello, Jesus Christ Superstar. Yeah, right? Be right back. I'm gonna go read your text message. Yeah. Oh, and I wasn't talking to you, Lady Turnip. I wasn't like responding. I've been in my head thinking about saying that since this white beaver person started commenting. I'll be right back. Hold on. So the people said that. The people that are like cutting the check or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, and you don't want to play with that kind of stuff either. You're silly though. Yep. Yeah, well that's because it's monetized, right? Damn, dude. I have made so little on social media that they don't even pay me. Like you can only cash out, I think, if you have like $100 or something like that. But my YouTube has made zero, like basically nothing, under $100 every month for the last couple of months. So it still doesn't have enough, I don't think, to give me my money. It's at $99.53. And I haven't been paid by YouTube in 3 months. So my YouTube has made in the month of December $35. That is crazy considering I made $3,500 a year ago. Oh yeah, let me show you guys my progress. This is the shirt that I'm making. So far, it is quite shirt-like. I do believe that it is going to fit. It might be big on me even, but that's fine because I wear bulky stuff. I have to finish the body. Once I finish the body, then I can start to worry about the arms more, if I'm gonna like make them longer or if I'm just gonna make them like short sleeves with like ribbing at the bottom. Cause this is a color change yarn and I don't have the exact same yarn in a different color that I could make these two match. So I'm a little bit, don't know what I'm gonna do about that. We shall see. We'll worry about it later. In the meantime, we're just adding inches to the body. I wonder how long it's taken me to do this. yeah. I have a bunch of sourdough / bread making tools. It's funny because my back was itching this morning, and I actually got the stir. It's like a circle with circles in it. I use that to scratch my back. It's awesome because it doesn't scratch your moles. It's like the perfect back scratcher. Okie dokie. Have a good day. His name is Bull Weevil. Check him out. Doesn't look like the sun's gonna come out too much. I need to get on these antibiotics or something, man. There's a family of grouse that live in my blackberry bushes over here. And they're really freaking cool birds. I wonder where my cat is going to. Over there. Yeah, I know. In the live chat, and you can't even I can click and see the channel as the person. Like, I could click on this and then see channel activity, and then it will show me like how many subscribers, how long you've been, all the comments you've ever left, etc. But as a viewer in the YouTube live stream chat, you cannot click on another person in the chat and go to their page. And I don't know why. I'm sleepy. I think I woke up a lot earlier than I thought I woke up. I thought I woke up at 8:30, but I apparently turned this live on at 8:30. It's only 9:30 in the morning right now. I would normally be just waking up. And I've been going for like at least 2 hours. It was daylight when I woke up. Maybe. My cat woke me up kissing my face this morning. She licks my face like right here, or like she'll just like, if she wants me to open the blankets up and let her in, and then she'll like, if I put my arm, you know, she gets a little nook and she crawls in the little nook and she puts her head right there, and then I'll put my hand up here and I'll just like pet her chin and we sleep like that, snuggling. Cat snuggles with me every night. I'm gonna have to go after a minute here. I can feel myself like going to sleep. Parts of my brain are asleep right now. Get a move on. I won't be offended if you take off, you know. I'm just gonna be sitting here doing this for a few more minutes, and then I might strum the banjolele for a little bit. But this live stream will be in my live section in perpetuity forevermore, and you can always go and come back later, catch up. Wonder if TikTok is working at all yet.
Okay, you want to create content, but it takes too long.
I'm gonna take that as a no. Zero views. I posted a video yesterday and it has 0 views.
Some shadow. So
It has a like, but it has no views. quiet when it's dark out. Why did I block that person? Oh, because it's obviously a fake account. That's why.
And this new time in 2025, that in 2022, Vanguard and BlackRock, along with a couple of other large investment firms, became the largest shareholders in Etsy. I believe it's Vanguard and then BlackRock that are the largest shareholders, and then the next couple of largest shareholders after them are also big investment firms that
I
focus
do remember
on data collection and security and policies like this. And I didn't realize that this had happened or how it was going to impact the buyer and seller experience on Etsy. And what I learned was pretty surprising and really disappointing, and I wanted to share my experience with you. So I listed some things in late November on Etsy. I posted the link to my Etsy account and to those listings on my social media, Instagram, X, and YouTube, and shared that there. Immediately, like within a couple of days, I made 6 sales, and I was really excited that people actually wanted these things, and to think about somebody enjoying and using something I'd made me very happy. So I right away, I messaged the buyers back, packaged up each item, shipped it out, provided tracking numbers to the buyer and to Etsy, and I was getting feedback that my items arrived very quickly. USPS was really fast, and people were happy with what they purchased. So this went super smoothly. I got everything shipped out within 24 hours, every item, and some like almost right away. So I was ready to go. And so I felt great. That felt wonderful. And then a couple of days later, after I'd made my 6th sale, I received a notification from Etsy demanding biometric data for identity verification. So they wanted me to take a video selfie and send that to them along with a copy of my government ID. I declined for privacy reasons, and I requested alternative identity verification. They already had my bank account information, my tax information, my name, my address, my phone number, my email. They already had all this information. I probably would have been willing to provide an ID, but I wasn't willing to also undergo the facial recognition surveillance that they wanted with the pairing of the government ID and the video selfie. So I requested an alternative. They said no. I acknowledged their policy and said, if that's your policy, I find that it is an invasion of privacy. But if it is your policy, I will just decline to use your platform going forward. But I requested that they disperse the funds from sales I made before they instituted that request. And I told them that this reflects a substantial deviation from the seller's agreement that was in place when the orders were made or the items were listed. They refused, and they have continued to state that they will permanently withhold my sales, my funds from me, unless I submit to their request. I'm concerned about digital ID and privacy. I'm concerned about facial recognition software. I am concerned about how this is impacting us, and I'm concerned about what companies are doing with this data when they receive it. And I'm concerned about privacy breaches and hacks that happen all the time to these companies once they've got your data. How are they handling it? Who might get a hold of it? This is, I think that there are lots of valid reasons, and many people in some state governments agree with what I'm saying. There are alternative ways to verify sellers' identities, and there's no reason for enhanced facial recognition software to be employed in this kind of commerce. There is no reason. The TSA, for example, asks for this at airport checkpoints, but does not require it. You, right now, if you go to the airport, at least for right now, it's not required. You'll be asked to present your driver's license or your passport, and then to step in front of a facial recognition camera. But the TSA allows you to decline. You can just say, I'd like to decline, and they will wave you on through, no big deal. So, you know, it's voluntary for the TSA, but it's not voluntary if you want to sell mugs on Etsy or t-shirts or bumper stickers or whatever. So in summary, Etsy took money that was intended for me from buyers who purchased my work. I created the items by hand, paid for the materials, paid for the lessons to learn the skills. I paid for the studio and kiln fees. I paid for shipping, and I sent the buyers to Etsy. I did my own marketing. Etsy didn't market for me. I followed all of the rules and policies required by Etsy in order to sell my items on their platform. Their request for biometric data came after my items had already sold, and it constitutes a material change in the contract between myself and the platform. The people who purchased my ceramics thought they were paying me, but instead they gave money to a company that is controlled by huge investment firms that can afford to hassle small business owners, who often give up in frustration and either supply the personal information that's being requested despite their reservations or walk away from their earnings. My sales were $392, and after Etsy's fees, I was due $318. How many other people are in a similar situation to me? And how much money does Etsy acquire through these kinds of interactions? How many people default and just give up and walk away from their money? How many people still shop on Etsy in order to avoid big tech companies like Amazon without realizing that Etsy has become a Trojan horse for big data and digital ID? I think these are important questions, and I think consumers have a right to know. This company has created a reputation for itself based on the idea that it is shop small and support small businesses. And they are bullying and coercing small business owners and stealing their money. I think that this is important to know. Please share, if you would like to do so, your own thoughts and experiences. If you've had a negative experience with Etsy, if you have an alternative platform that you found that you're finding success with that's less invasive, if you would like to just talk about something that you've seen and heard in your work with them, if you're a small business owner or a private crafts person. And if you'd like to support my work or check out my ceramics or just send me a private message, you can find my ceramics now.
I said to my lawyer, here's what we're actually going to do with Turning Point. What do you do? How do you reply to this, right? All right, you guys, happy Wednesday, and congratulations to me. Congratulations are in order to me. I received my first legal letter of 2026. I would say that it took longer than expected. Goes on, in my December 2nd letter, I highlighted damage, which was still in effect when investigation took into what happened on that day. We moved to terminate that agreement, which was supposed to go on for another couple of years. So naturally, to give them credit, because this is a bit different from Wolves in Finance, them going after a YouTuber who has no relationship with them. Naturally, in any contract relation,
I mean, what do you mean? What's my take on it?
Agreements.
They exist. I mean, incel, it's, you know, a guy who is unable to successfully woo a woman. So, I mean, do I think it's sad? Yeah, it's really sad that circumstances in the world have led men to suffer that way, and there are women who suffer as well in other ways. I mean, the thing that we can do to solve the problem with incels is not allow our children unfettered access to the internet. And we cannot just be like, oh, I don't want to be bothered by my kid, so let me just shove him in front of a video game so he'll shut up. Let me just let him have a computer in his room so he'll just shut up and he'll stay in his room and be quiet. Like, spend time with your kids, do things with your kids, show them that life is fulfilling. And they'll never know any different, you know. I don't know what a nominalist is. And I doubt there's rumors about me being a nominalist. The people who troll me and spread rumors about me don't know what that word means either. The people that troll me are way less intelligent than I am. So if I don't know the word, they definitely don't.
It's just kind of written in there. You're not going to disparage me. You're not going to defame me. And so they are, broadly speaking, making the allegation here that my investigation into who killed Charlie Kirk is naturally disparaging. And hey, you accepted our money. You took our money for years while Charlie Kirk was alive. So we're executing on this. You're not allowed to disparage us for another 12 months since we canceled that agreement. So the letter reads, and I'm Xing out the beginning parts that just says like LLC names and stuff. And I'm also not going to reveal their lawyers' names.
I'm not trying to have a philosophical conversation with anybody.
4th,
I'm just sitting here knitting and minding my business.
Ending our contract, our termination. We terminated our contract. And December 15th, I requested a retraction of Ms. Owens Farmer's disparaging statements and again provided notice that the injuries caused by her statements are substantial and continuing to accrue. Ms. Owens Farmer has declined to issue a retraction. To the contrary, she has stated that
I know
she,
you're the
quote,
same account
doesn't
as
feel
White
any differently
Beaver.
About people that she mentioned on the show, and she thinks that there are shady people at Turning Point USA. Yeah, so I guess I didn't know this, but I was supposed to, according to them, when we had that meaningful discussion, which I was appreciative that we had this open book discussion. I sat down with Erica and Justin Strife, but that I was supposed to come out and say they're amazing and nobody and everybody didn't do nothing. That's it. Like, they're wonderful people. Like, why would I change my mind because we had a discussion? I came out and I told the truth and things that were answered, and actually what ended up happening was you conceded points to me. Anyways, it goes on. As a consequence, her statements are continuing to cause harm to Turning Point USA. We are currently working to calculate the full extent to date of the still accruing damages. Okay, so someone's with a calculator and they're calculating. I'm wondering if there's a spreadsheet running of the damage that's being done by Turning Point USA themselves. Like Andrew Colvett, if we're going to sue anybody for accruing damages, like if I'm running the company, I'd go with Andrew Colvett first. Brian Harpole, that's a lot happened there with that car crash interview. Am I being punished because you lied? And I realized it or something, and somehow we have this contract that we've had for years, and now it's like, well, you're not allowed to see us do anything bad because remember we paid you. Goes on, in my December 2nd
That's
letter,
exactly
I highlighted
right.
Ms. Owens' farmer's ongoing contractual obligation not to make any disparaging, false, misleading, or otherwise defamatory
We paid
comments about
you,
Turning Point USA
so you can't say
and/or its
anything bad
employees,
about us.
agents, directors, officers, affiliate programs, or services. See speaking agreement, blah, blah. Owens Farmer freely undertook this obligation in exchange for payment by support from and access to Turning Point USA. Her obligation remains in effect for
Definitely
12
cope.
months
Mhm.
following the
Yes.
term of her agreements.
Agreed.
which
I'm
were
definitely
terminated on December
seething
2nd,
and
2025.
coping.
Since that letter, Turning Point USA's executives
You can
have
sit here and
repeatedly
watch me
made
cope.
themselves available via phone, text, and in-person meetings to provide information and documentation. That's just not true. I mean, I'm speaking to one person at Turning Point USA, and we had that sit down. To Ms. Owens Farmer, in the hopes that providing her with the truth would get her to stop disparaging Turning Point USA in violation of the parties' contracts. Yet, notwithstanding the reminder that my letter provided to Ms. Owens Farmer of her obligations and the good faith efforts made by Turning Point USA's leadership to answer her many questions, she has continued to make statements in violation of her contractual obligations in a manner that is reckless, knowing, and intentional. For example, she has published a list of lies that she attributes to Turning Point USA, and she has stated that there is definitely financial impropriety at the company. Which lie on our Turning Point USA list of lies did they correct? Nothing. They gave an excuse for the lies, and I told the public about the excuse. They said Andrew went rogue. Andrew did this. I don't know why he said that. I don't know why they said that. They have conflicting answers about the drones. Brian Harpole says this. Andrew Colvett says this. Their lawyer says that. So what am I doing wrong for by tracking that? Isn't the issue that you lied? Not the issue that the public noticed? There's not a single thing that they cleared up that I then said, oh, okay, I just completely had that wrong on our list of lies. They conceded. Erica came out and said, Charlie, I had his phone. He never said the night before that he was afraid he was going to die. She said that on Glenn Beck. They then get in front of me. They say, okay, yeah, no, he did. I didn't know because it was in a special, app. Yeah, he also messaged Dan Flood. I didn't know because we're not talking to Dan Flood. Okay. What am I missing here? This next sentence sends me. She has claimed to know that there are people at Turning Point USA who are not good people and has suggested that Turning Point USA and TPUSA Faith have been infiltrated by military operatives. Yes, I do know there are people at Turning Point USA who are not good people. I stand by that. It's the truth. I specifically said Tyler Boyer was a sexual deviant. I stand by that. It's the truth. Turning Point USA Faith, the military. I'm sorry I looked up these people. I'm sorry that Rob McCoy is out there defending somebody who went to prison for molesting kids. The issue is I noticed, again, where is the lie that I have told? Let's see if we're going to get to it. Moreover, it continues, she has accused a Turning Point USA employee of being intentionally evasive in an effort to clear Erica Kirk's name, specifically as to whether Ms. Kirk was at Fort Huachuca in or around an alleged secret meeting that Ms. Owens Farmer has linked to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now, I told the truth. I said that I requested this multiple times over weeks, and each time I was given an excuse. That's just the truth. I was told she was really busy, and then she popped up at a game, and I said, hey, can I get something? And they sent me something that wasn't what I asked for. So that's just the truth. And then said that it was on me last week because I had my son's birthday and family in town that I was going to send you a screen record of what I actually wanted. And I said, maybe it's because there's a third party there. It's not clear. But to date, they haven't sent me what I asked for. So I told the truth. In short, Ms. Owens Farmers has not put an end to what she has expressly admitted to be a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for the Charlie Kirk show. Yeah, I'm sorry, Andrew Colvett sucks. My December 2nd letter, it continues, emphasize that Ms. Owens Farmer must cease her disparaging comments, and this letter reiterates that obligation that includes, in part, ceasing to state or imply that Turning Point USA and or its employees, agents, directors, officers, affiliates, programs, or services played any part in Mr. Kirk's assassination. Ms. Owens Farmer must not state or imply that Turning Point USA and or its employees, agents, directors, officers, affiliates, programs, or services knew about the assassination beforehand, participated in the assassination day of, or covered up the truth. about the assassination after the fact. Okay. That's it. That's the guts of the letter. Now, I've been very clear that there's only one reason, again, kill me for having common sense, that people lie. Why do people lie? Because they're covering something up. There's no other reason to lie, actually. I mean, you could be pathological, I suppose. You could just do it for funsies. But when you consistently tell lies, it's usually because you're covering up something. Even if it's a small lie, my kid tells a little fib, it's because they're covering up something that they don't want you to find out, right? So because Turning Point USA is lying, it is a totally fair and reasonable assessment that they are engaged in a cover-up. Now, are they protecting one another? Mistakes that they made? Are they trying to protect the organization because they know there are some bad eggs? Loyalty to one another because they knew each other, going back a decade? Blackmail? Who know? I can't tell you why, but I can say that when people lie, it's because they're engaged in a cover-up, and that is something I'm going to stick by, an opinion I'm going to stick by, actually. So now, regarding the broader point about financial impropriety, which being financially improper is not a crime, right? If you have a charity and actually only 1 cent out of $1 actually goes to what you say it's going to go to, it's not illegal, right? I'm not saying that's the case for Turning Point USA. We've barely covered their finances, actually. But I think that what they want is your money. So I'll make amends. Everybody watching, give all of your money to Turning Point USA. They are amazing. They are above board. They do nothing wrong. They're not focused on money. They just want yours. If you are watching this, please, if you have a 401k, consider giving that to Turning Point USA. If you're watching this, please, if you're saving up to take your kids to a theme park, instead think about parking that money with Stacey Sheridan and Tyler Boyer and Erica Kirk at Turning Point USA. If you've got a grandma and she's frail and she's sick, consider rewriting her will and giving it to Turning Point USA. It will go to a very good cause. There's always a need for more pyrotechnics. If you are trying to pay down your credit card, maybe don't do that, and try to do a monthly payment instead to Turning Point USA. And yeah, nothing they've ever done has been financially improper. It's crazy that anyone would say that. In fact, they are the most proper organization in the world. Israel's the most moral army in the world, and Turning Point USA is the most financially proper organization in the world. And if you want to know how proper they are, they're sitting around they've got a legal team to ensure that good things are said about the finances, which I think I've covered on this show like a couple of times. The thrust of this is looking into the people that are taking over Turning Point USA, their backgrounds, and I'm going to continue to be honest about that. I said to my lawyer, here's what we're actually going to do with Turning Point. What are you going to do? How are you going to reply to this, right? Could they make a thing out of this? Because technically you do have that non-disparagement clause. You have it for 12 months since the contract was officially terminated. Yeah, there's also things known in contract law as unforeseeable circumstances when you sign an agreement. And when I signed an agreement to go on tour with Charlie Kirk, I think it would be fair to argue that his assassination, his public assassination, was an unforeseeable circumstance. In fact, I signed on the dotted line to work beside Charlie Kirk because he built a company that I believed in, okay? And now everything that company seems to be about runs counter to my belief. In fact, there are strong contractual arguments to be made about unconscionable clauses. I would say it would be unconscionable for me to choose silence in the wake of Charlie Kirk's public assassination. It is unconscionable. I actually don't need a judge to decide on that. I don't need a judge to decide on that because the ultimate judge is in heaven. And I told you guys that you'd have better luck from keeping the sun rising into the sky than to try to keep me from investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. In other words, Turning Point USA, you'd have better luck suing the sun. Get your lawyer to send a cease and desist to the son, and you will have better luck in terms of getting it to stop than from getting me to look away to what happened to Charlie. That's how I feel, okay? And you can just take that as a fact, take it to the bank, do what you have to do, get your donors, and I'm sure you got a lot of them to fund, you know, whatever it is. But I told my lawyer, here's what you do, go back to them and say, how much money do you want? This contract stuff is just, it's done, guys. This whole thing of contracting people so that you can be a bad person and getting a lawyer agreement times, it's done, it's over, it's dead on arrival. Name your price, Turning Point USA. How much would you like? Would you like all of your money back? What's it worth? What's it worth to you, actually? I want to know the number.
Damn,
Because
dude,
I'm
my
gonna go
fucking...
online, start a GoFundMe and raise it overnight. That's how much people care about getting to the truth. So you're gonna see how much people actually care about learning what happened on September 10th. There are things that you should value above money in life. My God is not money, okay? I don't worship money. I do worship truth. And I would like to know, truthfully, what took place on September 10th. And if I have a platform, which is not my platform, actually, it's God's platform, if I have a platform and I can get to the truth of that, I'm gonna use it for those purposes. So just name your price. How much money do you want in your pocket to release me from this contract? Think about it and email us back. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys.
Dude,
thanks
why does
to
this
you, last
still
year,
smell like
we were able
gas?
to rescue over 80,000 babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie, that abortion is their own. His life was worth more than ever. Peace and purpose for the price of a cup of coffee. It's a no-brainer. Visit magisterium.com/Candace. Charles James Kirk was worth more. His life was worth more than every red penny that Turning Point USA ever paid me. Prove me wrong, Turning Point. Prove me wrong. Name your price. We'll get it. New energy, just new energy coming in 2026. We feel it. It feels like the old guard is dying, like the Epstein world that Tim Dillon was discussing, the way that these people behave, lawsuits that they think allow them to be a bad person. It was the very reason that last year I became obsessed. That was another, we just got to kind of peek and go, oh my, were we ever liking people in Hollywood? How did we ever find these people to be funny? We started realizing how they behave. How are we glorifying these people? It made us spiritually sick. Looking at the Justin Baldoni case, I couldn't believe it. It was just Mean Girls, Blake Lively, never told no, very bratty, wanted some publishing rights because that's what happened. And when she was told, no, you can't take this over, she said, oh, I don't, nobody tells me no. Never been told no my whole life. And her and her husband conspired, brought in the big guns, Taylor Swift. And I told you guys, another coin in the Candace was right jar. I said, let me tell you something about Taylor Swift. She's going to survive this. I've been watching Taylor her whole career. I know how she gets down. If you guys have my book, Make Him a Sandwich, I have a whole chapter on Taylor Swift, just documenting the things that she does.
She needs to take a sip of water so bad.
Take over the mood. Heads up that she knew she was going to play her ex, by the way. Full thought. I mean, abdicates England, causes this whole, from England to here. Sin goes over on Instagram, right? And him and his brother suddenly hating each other, and everyone's kind of leaking into the press. Nicola's leaking to the New York Post and about friction that he has with the brothers, whatever. People were like, is this really over a wedding dress? We knew a kerfluffle happened at this billionaire wedding, which pertained to a dress, okay? Nicola wanted her dress, allegedly, to be designed by Victoria Beckham. For some reason, that fell through. And she instead, I hope you're sitting to hear this, she had to get her wedding dress designed by Valentino Couture. Oh my gosh, the horror. And so whatever happened at this wedding, this was the beginning, and it got so bad that he moved, and this was kind of when it got really ugly. Last August, he decided to have a secondary wedding without any of the Beckhams. So this wedding was 4 years ago, and then some 3-4 years later, he decides me and Nicola are gonna get married again, this time without my own family, because this dress kerfluffle. We were like, could this really be about a dress? Well, lo and behold, Brooklyn Beckham decides to blast his parents, and it's amazing what he says here. We're just gonna read his stories. so that you can see what life is like on the other side. Because maybe you woke up today and you're wondering, what's it like to wake up and just have so many millions, like Turning Point USA, that you can just have lawyers fire off legal letters all day. Maybe you woke up and you said, what's it like to have so many millions that you can be like Blake Lively and just have your husband try to steal publishing rights from someone. Maybe you're thinking that these stories will help you. It's a guide to being rich and having nothing to do. Brooklyn writes, I have been silent for years and made every effort to keep these matters private. Unfortunately, my parents and their team have continued. You and your wife, problems in life. We go on because my nannies get a little spicy and say, this is evil. Please put me at the head table. This is not suffering. Yeah. Nicola, he goes on, wore a custom Valentino. Nicola was not last summer. Dinner in the wedding tent to a Latino wedding. Friend, and Nicola Peltz, who's never been told no, just ran off. Finally agreed to see and after the she hired, I had to put her in the train. Have a lawyer. Selena Gomez has fallen apart. I mean, she's got a whole track record. She was dating, I believe. They didn't even say it, but I'm putting it in there. I think Mark was I think he was salsaing a little bit on the dance floor and told a little Selena Gomez, stopped talking to his whole family, and because she wanted it me, and they were Bella Hadid's brother, and he stopped talking to his whole family, and because she wanted it me, and they were very relieved when they broke up, and then she unfollowed his whole family because that they were like, they think she's a demon, pretty much, allegedly. It's a long line of people, is what I'm saying, that are saying that this person is awful before you even factor in Vicky B, who has a very good reputation over in England. By the way, I've actually met both of their dads. I met Nelson Peltz. I like Nelson Peltz. I do. I met him many moons ago, and he's just like, he's a good New York Jew business guy. Just like his personality just kind of gels with mine. When you're from New York, you speak a certain way, and I like him. He's a business guy, but I think that he should know when not to give business advice and to give personal advice to his daughter. David Beckham, strange set of circumstances, also ended up somewhere, they've got all these private clubs and things in again, very many moons ago, and he probably has no idea who I am. Because I'm not or this was a long time ago, but he wouldn't remember me. But he stood up at this dinner, and he gave a toast. You should know this, Brooklyn, because there were no cameras there. And he gave a toast speaking about how much he loved his family. Heart of gold. How much he absolutely loved and adored his family. I don't even remember what the context of why he was even giving a toast, or who it was to. But that stuck with me, and I just went, they seem like really good people. And that's not to say that Nelson Peltz was not. He was also very nice, so I have nothing bad to say about him. And the wife as well, Claudia, her mother was really nice. Do you think your daughter needs to be told no once in her life? If you're suffering from anxiety 4 years after the fact over a wedding dress and Mark Anthony being a little drunk, you don't have real problems. You just don't have real problems. Anyways, I want to show you this really funny clip because everything is funnier in a British accent, made by these two young women that were discussing the drama. Did you pull that, Sky? Okay, let's roll it.
This is a message for Brooklyn Beckham. Go to bed. Just go to bed. Put the phone. Put it down. Down. Honestly. What are you doing? Not 7 stories slandering your parents. I'm sorry. I don't know what's gone on, but that's not right.
I don't even have words. I don't even have words for the words that you've written in the notes on your phone, and thought it was okay to just put that on your Instagram.
Brooklyn, are you drunk? Like, sorry, but what?
No, it's not. It's just not. Like, are you well? Are you quite well?
It's not acceptable to speak about.
He will delete it soon because he'll realise and he'll delete it. That's why it's on stories, and he hasn't done it as a post.
If you've got grievances with your parents, speak to your parents, not on Instagram. Come on.
It was so true. Could not have said it better myself. Anyways, I'm following this drama because I'm just tracking the many. I mean, Selena Gomez and her had a dust up. They were like best friends, and then suddenly Nicola's writing on Reddit feeds. It looks like it's Nicola, or clearly someone friends with Nicola, that like, oh, Nicola ended the friendship because Selena very clearly wanted Brooklyn. It's like, she doesn't have anything to do. She doesn't have anything to do. I'm sorry Vicky B missed the dog fire charity. I'm sorry she didn't come to watch you spend your father's money, but it's a pretty long flight. And yeah, that's just, they can cut a check and support it from afar. Very team Victoria Beckham. And I will drop my bias. I grew up on the Spice Girls. I loved them. But I'm not that biased because I actually wanted to be Ginger Spice. But I couldn't. My friends always said that I had to be Scary Spice. Because back in, you could be racist back then. It was fine. We were all cool. Everything was fine back then. We had a fun time. And Vicky B gave me some hits. So, Team Beckham. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, if you are a parent, then you know exactly what it means when someone's coming home with a sniffle, a cough, or my throat feels weird, void, fluctuate with the market.
My wood stove, or not wood stove, it's
gonna be so lit. It's gonna be
like,
so lit.
it smelled way too much like gas in here. Like, it always kind of has a little whiff of gas smell when it first kicks on the plates, because it has to release a little gas and then it has to foof it, you know. But like, that for a minute there was a bit excessive. And so I'm nervous that something is going amiss. And what I think it is that when the thermostat engages, oh my God, what if the cat chewed on something in the back of it? She fucking chews on the goddamn plug for the humidifier. Okay. No. It's all metal, thank God. But anyways, it smelled like gas an awful lot there for a second, so I turned it off. I checked all the cord stuff. I checked where the door closes to see if maybe the door has been pinching it or is damaging the wire or the hose in some way. Looks perfectly fine. The door, I have it in the perfect spot and it is protected. But when the pilot light is on, it smells gassy. Man. Hopefully I'm just being paranoid, but I smell it right now. And I can hear a ringing, which is why I opened the window. You know that there's like a funny video on the internet of a guy working in his garage, and the song that he's listening to is like country boy or country girl, shake it for me, yeah. But then all of a sudden the lyrics are, he's like, that's how you know you need to give yourself some vent, like the heater is. I really wish I had actually bought the vented one. Now, because I could have just routed it right out that window right there. I hate not having a husband/man that can just like do things, you know?
You know you're coming dressed as Brigitte. Don't even like, that's our favorite. I think that's our favorite lawsuit. Maybe it's, I don't know. I do like the Blake Lively ones, funsies, but I think I would come dressed like that Halloween costume. Anyways, you guys, we have new merch on the website. Reminding you that we also have channels available in Spanish, French, and Portuguese. We have links in the description. Top comment, Charlie mentioning Erica. If, you know, situation, something happened, that Erica would know what to do. So that seems to check out. The donor, I think, is a very good person and obviously doesn't want to be a record. But, you know, different, I brought it up yesterday about whether or not that actually happened in
Apparently
Aspen,
it's still
and this
very
donor
cold
that does
outside.
specifically remember that, so important to update that. Again, this is an open investigation.
Last thing I
Questions,
need
we
is a
get
fucking
answers, we
heater
share them.
failure.
Okay, now let's get into some of your comments from today's episode. So much happening.
Why didn't the
in
alarm go off?
World. What do you guys have to say to me today?
I have 2 of those alarms. The dog wanted to go outside.
Jen writes,
I'm over here like wondering about gas and thinking how strong like gas it smells, and then Orly is like, let me go outside. So that was making me like even extra worry. Let's see, I smell it now. I shouldn't be putting any gas out right now. The pilot is seemingly working just fine. Like, what happens is like the center plate will kick on, and then these 2 plates will not kick on. And then it takes a minute for those 2 plates to kick on. Like a second. And so if I notice it and I'm standing here, I'll just go like and blow on it, and that'll make the flame spread outward, and then those 2 will catch on. But what I'm afraid is happening is gas is coming out from there, pump, pump, pump gas, and it's going to build up, and then it's going to foof. That's what I'm worried about. If these 2 plates don't kick on, and that one is on, like, I don't understand how that could happen. It could just blow the whole machine up, right? If the gas gets trapped up in here, like, what the fuck? And I don't have a replacement. So, like, if that shit fucks up, I'm just up shit's creek. And, like, I don't know how long of a purchase warranty I have. I just fucking bought it. But watch, it'll be just enough time. Lost the dog a bit. November 21st. I don't want to return it. I want to swap it out. Yeah, I have this thing. Carbon monoxide alarm. Josh told me that this alarm will not go off if it smells the gas. Like the gas, he said it's different. And so that makes me like freak out a little bit because I think he might be right. I think I remember looking it up. Why aren't you working? Are you gonna let me type? So you can only select responses that they've given you for the chat. There we go, jeepers. I don't know. That's like what Josh said. He said that that thing is not the same as what I need to detect the gas. But you should draw a mountain and a waterfall and a Pegasus flying over the like top of the waterfall with its wings like the sun is out. Taking an awfully long time to reply. I'll be there in just a second. Hold on. I guess he's taking forever to reply, and I can just... They paused me for inactivity. And now they're connecting me to a different fucking associate because I took 30 seconds to type that. Now another person is in the chat. End. No thanks. No, it didn't solve my problem. Ugh. The guy hung up on me. Be right back. I gotta let my dog in. This is my fantasy. All the things, ocean, living wild and free. Hold up. No, you can't have any more of those, bud. These are all gone. There's one of those for you, buddy. That's all we got. They're out. Big time. Mommy doesn't have any money to buy treats for you. I don't have money to buy gas for myself to get the treats for you, baby. But I will have money probably tomorrow. Mom needs to get her prescription from the grocery store. I can't get my prescription from the grocery store until I get gas in my car. So that's another thing that we need to do. Are you out of water? Do you need water? I think you need water. Let's fill you up. Dang, my rosemary is doing really good considering it's like the middle of winter. Orly, stop eating garbage. Let me get you some food. Hold on. I was on hold with Amazon. I was asking Amazon if it was possible to return or replace my heater if it is in fact defective. And they were trying to like go through, he was like, well, I can give you a partial refund right now. And I was just like, if I take that partial refund right now, is that going to affect me being able to replace that heater tomorrow if I determine that it is in fact broken? And he was like, in that case, maybe it's best. And so then I was writing him and telling him like, listen, I was just asking you if it can be done. I was not trying to enact a refund or anything at all right now. And I told him that from the very beginning. And then as I was typing that message out, he hung up on me. And so then when I hit enter, it automatically forced me in a chat with another person. And so then I had to hang up on them. So that was what that was about. And no, my eyebrows are naturally blonde. I have them tattooed. I have a I did it like 5-6 years ago, or maybe even longer than that. I microbladed my eyebrows because if this all you can see is the microblading. you're not actually seeing all the hairs because the hairs grow to like right here. There's like a lot. Well, I might have plucked them recently. I don't think so though. But I have hair growing like to here. But you don't see that hair because it is blonde. But if you get in the sunshine, you might be able to see it. I must have plucked them somewhat recently. Or maybe in my older age, they're just not growing it like they used to. But yeah, no, I plucked them relatively recently. That's right, at Josh's house. I used Josh's crappy tweezers. It was not even 2-3 weeks ago. So I have plucked my eyebrows recently, so there's not so much hair growing there. But there's hair all here in the middle, too. My hair grows to right here, and I don't pluck it. That's why my eyelashes don't exist. Unless you see the sunlight. There's my eyelashes. They exist. But yeah, I see people, listen, these celebrity people, like I think Miley Cyrus is the one that started it, or I don't know, they want to look so exotic and so like weird. They bleach their eyebrows. It looks ridiculous. Like what? That girl that what did she do? She was that girl, she did that Addams Family reboot. She's the one who has it right now, I think. No, it's not a diesel heater. It is a propane. That's weird. My knuckles have never cracked like that before. It usually hurts. Propane, ventless.
Some shadow.
That is fucking crazy, dude. TikTok is basically YouTube, or yeah, YouTube now. I want to see when everybody posted everything. It has to be like days ago.
Thank you.
When you lie to an overthinker. Yep, true. Well, see, I am a person who I just truly believe that people are innately good. And I think that for the most part, when people are accused of something, it's a lot of miscommunication and a lot of twisting of facts. And so because I have that core belief that people are innately good and that for the majority of people don't lie or cheat or manipulate or steal, because that's the kind of people that I see in my world, you know, so that's what my reality is. And that makes me susceptible to manipulation from a very specific set of people. And in order to like overcome that, I found that tattooing my face and giving myself dreadlocks has made it one of those things where like people just can't help themselves but say something. And if when people say something to me about it, I know immediately that is the kind of person that would also do these very specific behaviors that I don't want anything to do with. But I'm easily fooled. Because see, here you will be doing other, you know, nice things out in the world. Look at this person being so good and so nice and so Christian and so whatever. But in reality, there's another person back there. And I have a hard time distinguishing between the good liars. And so just to be a safe blanket, I have found that my face tattoos and my dreadlocks prevent those types of people from silently entering my life. they can't just creep into my life and like pretend to be nice and like fool me, because they will have to. They will not be able to help themselves. They will make a comment very early about my face tattoos, my neck tattoo, or my dreadlocks. And it's not like it's not like, it's like, oh my God, like, that's cool, blah, 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 blah. That's totally different. That's a whole different, ball game. It's the commenting about it, you know what I mean? Making a criticism, or making like did I just get criticized? Like that kind of shit. I can't be fooled anymore. You show yourselves. You show yourselves. You just can't help yourselves but announce yourselves in the room. And that saves me a lot of heartache, because I would otherwise think that you were a nice person and that you deserved my attention. Yo, what does he say? Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Oh, everybody's talking about inflation this morning. This strain of whatever it is very mouth drying.
I've been on a quest to construct giant ecosystem vivariums, each hosting a plethora of resident life, plants, fungi, and creatures.
Good. I don't want people who are judgmental to go any deeper into me in general. I want people like you to think that I look crazy, and therefore they immediately judge me and they announce themselves, so then I can understand, like, oh, this is the type of person I'm dealing with. So there's nothing you could ever say that will ever get to me or bother me, because I don't actually care what your opinion is. And I'm well aware of the type of person that you are now. No, definitely not.
Mother Nature's most hidden biological secrets. It's been over 2 years since I first started this project, and have since meticulously cultured 4 massive worlds into fruition. Pandora, a rainforest floor vivarium, attached via a glass bridge of vines. Through the floor above to Orcadia, a treetop canopy vivarium, as well as a cave tunnel to Hydromeda, a tropical wetlands vivarium. And my latest juggernaut, Verdantia, an isolated tropical grasslands vivarium, which is scheduled to attach to the other vivaria.
Yep,
later
that would
this
be a
year.
judgment.
As their creator of worlds, I have the responsibility to manage the ecological balance of the ecosystems within each vivarium, resolve its problems, introduce new life, and document all the things I learn along the way. These vivaria tell an insane and inspiring story of triumph, failure, birth, death, rivalries, and intriguing surprises that I can't wait to show you, as well as some brand new, never before seen species to enter the system, all happening today. So, ladies and gents, grab your popcorn.
I've got the jitters today. Had it all day.
At the insane world we've created.
My hands are just like micro shaking.
2-year update tour of my vivariums. Welcome to the season 6 finale of my ecosystem vivarium series, here on the Ants Canada Ant Channel.
Really need to go get those antibiotics.
Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC Fan. Enjoy. The creatures and biologics I collected all lay patiently in their holding containers to be released into my various vivaria. You guys will love what lay in these containers as we visit each of my vivaria to place the new creatures inside.
Okay.
But before we go ahead and seed new life into the system, I have to show you something I found that was not good, that I would be dealing with today.
A judgment is a determination.
They were gathered behind the rock wall in Pantora. The dark hole,
You have made
an
a
invasive
determination
supercolony of black
based on your
crazy ants,
opinion.
and established a multi-chambered nest, tending to huge clumps of brood, eggs, larvae, and pupae, all lay awaiting development as the workers tended to their care.
Are you really just going through like
I
all your
spotted
fake
one of the
accounts
queens deep in one of the chambers.
to try to find the thing that will
Now I love all
bother
ants,
me?
even the invasive ones. I even care for a ravenous fire ant colony. But if you've been following this series for a while, you know that these black crazy ants have been the biggest pain in the gaster since the very start of this vivarium project. The colonies have multiple queens and don't require a nuptial flight to mate, and can inbreed with siblings without any genetic effects, making them a perfect super ant that steals resources from, displaces, and even eats native ants sharing the forest. I've been carefully
What's wrong?
weakening the Dark Horde's population via spot vacuuming, but this time I can't quite get behind this rock wall with my vacuum. But AC family, they were actually in the perfect position.
Do you need to
for
go
me
out?
Attempt another idea that would surely wipe out these invaders directly.
Are you like about to
within their
throw
lair.
up or shit yourself? What's going
I
on?
went off to begin the preparations for their extermination in the name of our vivarium's biodiversity. Meanwhile, speaking of biodiversity, I had some ecosystem biodiversification business to attend to. I added the native snails I collected to the rainforest floor. Also in this collection container was a katydid. Welcome to your new home, little ones.
He must have heard something that I didn't
It was
hear.
amazing that one of the snails had a blue tinge to its swirls. Something I never noticed when I collected it. I placed the snails in, along with all the leaves and lettuce of the container, which definitely also hosted some tiny unseen living creatures that hitched along for the ride. Next, it was time for these gorgeous bugs. I opened the container to release the assassin bugs. These two assassin bugs cautiously looked out into their new world and began to step forward. These assassin bugs are predators, where they use that sharp needle-like beak, called a rostrum, to stab their prey, inject paralyzing and digestive enzymes that liquefy the prey's insides before sucking them up from the inside out. They deliver a painful bite, so I made sure not to come too close. But I was happy they could join our forest to help control insect populations. Enjoy your new home, guys. Next, one of the grossest creatures I've ever collected. Welcome home, land planarian. It looked like a leech, but it's actually a type of predatorial flatworm. I placed it along with the moss bed it was sleeping on, onto the soil of Pandora. It woke up, and with its tiny beady eyes, looked around its new home before venturing off into the leaf litter in search of tiny soil insects to eat. Next, from the horrendous looking
Hello in Oklahoma. I am always having fun. But my idea of fun and other people's ideas of fun are grossly different. What's today, Monday? I'm gonna go tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna go do some laundry, clean a house, and make some money. My stomach is growling. Are you really that hungry? It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. I've got a bologna sandwich that I made yesterday. Could eat that. I don't think I have any chips though. You could make a second bologna sandwich. Oh, I should eat that roast beef though. Give it to the dog. Are you ready? I wonder how many times I get up and down. You want to come inside? Here, I'll give you some cat food treat. Here you go, good boy. Oops, my hair's falling out. I don't like fried bologna. Also, I can't cook anything, so. But regular old, just a piece of bologna on really soft white bread. And that's it, nothing else. No sauces, no cheese, just bologna and bread. Maybe some chips if you're feeling spicy. Like some flavored cheddar chips. Any kind will do. Even Fritos will do. Kind of hungry and I'm kind of tired. Kind of should maybe take a nap. So. Dang, man. a sandwich now. Don't want to get up. Alright, so I'm gonna make myself a fucking sandwich. Hi, I do have one piece of bologna. Never mind. All that. This would be cheese. A piece of cheese, that piece. Cheese tax. The cheese tax. You gotta pay the cheese tax. Stinky cheese. rules are the rules, and the facts are the facts. When the cheese comes out, you gotta pay the tax. It's all gone, buddy. All gone. Aww. My cheeks are gone too. Not my cheeks. Ooh, wait. Blushers. Just regular, right? Parmesan, garlic, or honey mustard. Orly, stop, bud. That's it. We're done. Found some pretzels. I forgot to get my table.
Critters. To the cutest. I placed in the giant millipedes. The massive
Yeah, it's really nice out right now.
from its slumber, and realized it had been placed into new surroundings. With its antennae,
The sun is like going
began
down
to
though
sniff
as I
the world
speak.
around it, carried forth by its multiple
Behind a
brightly
cloud.
colored legs. A black crazy ant came to inspect it, but it wasn't a threat against this millipede's solid exoskeleton. I watched with my heart full as it explored and rummaged through the leaf litter. In a new home full of other rainforest creatures, I knew it would do quite well in this rainforest, feeding on decaying vegetation. One of the other giant millipedes also began to venture off into the leaf litter,
Damn, do I have a soda cold?
followed by a very curious Asian bullet ant. Now, speaking of the Asian bullet ants, these ants have been true survivors of the rainforest. I always see them thoroughly foraging the rainforest floor for food, as well as wandering as far as the wetlands to collect edibles to take back to their nest. Other ants leave them alone, and they also don't really bother other ant species. I know they've been thriving in our forest, as they've begun to send out males to mate with prospective gamergates, workers that act like queen ants, as this ant species actually lacks a queen
The
cat.
soda is almost exactly
I
as
hope to
cold
add
as it
more
would be
Asian
in the
bullet ants
refrigerator.
into the system
There's my
to
mama.
diversify the gene pool. By the way, I think it's about time we gave these Asian bullet ants a name. Leave your name suggestions in the comments.
Of course, she's gonna come and
There
try
are
to sniff
several
on my
other
food.
species of ants in this forest, and I've tried my best to keep track of what species turn up. But sometimes I'll discover some new species that appear seemingly out of nowhere, that definitely hitch a ride into our system via leaf litter or decor that I add into the forest. You see, periodically, I need to add leaf litter and plant biologics in order to bring new nutrients into our rainforest. In nature, these leaves would fall from the trees and shrubs from above, thereby replenishing valuable nutrients in the soil by way of creatures and microbes assisting in its breakdown. I need to simulate this leaf fall process every few months by scattering new leaf litter, which I'm doing now. These leaves were also collected from the cloud rainforest I just came back from. And in case you were wondering, I don't bake or quarantine these plant biologics like I would have if it were an exotic pet enclosure, because the whole purpose of this project is to seed life from the wild directly into these tanks. And sometimes the life that propagates from these outside items shocks me. Check this out.
Hello, Mama.
A blue ant, a worker from our resident Sapphire Royals, traveled down with its newly collected moss debris, gathered from the canopy, down the vine branch. It was headed home. Finding the best way home, though, was a bit of a challenge. It opted to take the pothos stem instead of the branch, which was full of black crazy ants. found its way through the chaos of ants and crickets onto the Hallelujah tree stump. I couldn't wait to see
Here,
where
Mama.
the blue ants were nested.
Go ahead, right there. Hello.
I followed the blue ant where it wandered into a shadowy area of the stump. In fact, several workers were bringing in debris into this area, and upon closer inspection, I noticed a tiny, unsuspecting hole with a guard at the entrance. They were bringing the debris into the nest to use as building materials. But as one of the blue ants was standing still to rest, I noticed some peculiar tiny ants. My first reaction was concern, because I thought they were invasive pharaoh ants. But to my surprise, this was a completely different species in our forest. AC family, these are flower ants. They're invasive in other parts of the world, but native to where I live, therefore a friend to our forest. So neat to welcome a new species of ant to Pandora. Aren't they cool? They definitely got in here via decor. And this AC family is why I don't disinfect any vivarium additives from outside. I continued with the introduction of biologics, and this next addition really excited me. Pilly nut fruit. I collected these pilly nut fruits from the cloud rainforest floor, where they seem to be a popular food for ants and other creatures. I placed them in various spots around the forest. Moments later, these pilly nut fruits attracted some critters that I was elated to see. Awesome! Check out that native roach. I was super excited to see this.
They
species
sure don't
of
give you
roach.
very many of these.
I added the species of forest roach into here way back in 2024. And I thought they weren't able to proliferate. But sure
What
enough,
you doing? Hi. Oh,
it
sorry,
looks
Mama.
like they have.
What are you doing? I'm trying to eat. You want to go lay over here, Mom?
Moments later,
over here.
I watched as the Asian bullet ants began tearing away at the fruit's flesh to take home back to the nest.
Yeah, there you go. Go to your other bed.
It was
Go up
amazing
there.
to see the
Right there.
distribution
Go lay
and
down up there.
cycling of these newly added nutrients into our system.
Come on, you can do it.
I also buried a pilly nut fruit directly into the soil, right under the glass bridge, leading up to the canopy. Perhaps we could possibly grow a pilly nut tree that could extend up into Arcadia. We'll be heading up to the treetops next, so hold on tight. Now the next creature going into the tank may frighten some of you. Arachnophobes, look away until I say it's safe. I opened the side door, where Valentino, my green tree python, was rested. He sleeps and hangs out in all 4 vivaria. And today, he was chilling at ground level. Sorry to disturb, Valentino. I have a new guest to introduce to the forest. I placed the lichen huntsman spider into Pandora. I figured this lichen spider would love camouflaging
Yeah, I
against
can't
the
pet you with
white
that
wall.
hand, Mama.
So
Oh, no,
I
no,
made
no,
believe
no.
it was
Not on my
on
leg. Not on
against
my
it,
leg.
and attempted to prod it along.
You gotta be easier with that making
Instead, though,
biscuit stuff.
It scurried onto the side frame of the door, where it also kind of looked cool. The spiders of our ecosystem have been one massive success
Is that
story.
why you've been hiding?
From jumping spiders
Yeah.
to tangleweb spiders,
Trying to get that
orb
meat.
weavers, to exotic species like lynx spiders in the grasslands, our arachnids have perpetuated effortlessly
Don't scratch
in
me.
our ecosystem. The king of the spiders, however, were these. A female huntsman stationed herself on the glass, cleaning her legs. She had zero fears in this forest, as nothing was large enough and or agile enough to catch and eat her at this size. She was the descendant of a huntsman I placed into here 2 years ago, named Lady Deathstrike. And it was amazing to see the resemblance, even after many generations down the lineage. It's actually crazy to be able to watch these generations come and go over time. Perhaps a glimpse of what God sees. These huntsmen have just given birth to this quarter year's round of babies. I see the hatchlings around, and also spot pieces
now.
of the egg sacs on the forest floor.
Sukita.
These females seem to come closer to ground level to release the babies.
Leave her alone.
But spend most of their time in the treetops. AC family, I think it's time we go up there now and release some more creatures. I opened the container to release some new beetles I collected into Orcadia. This here is the green scarab beetle and a blue weevil. And this here is a pink weevil. I also released another tiny green beetle. There are 400 described beetle species in the world. A whopping 25% of all the
Holy
animal
baby, watch
species
out.
humans have ever discovered
He's
are
so
beetles.
desperate to see what I got in my hands.
And I was
I got
happy
kneed
to
in the
release new
forehead.
ones into our forest. I also released another huntsman species up here. All right, no more spiders, arachnophobes. You can look back now. Now, there isn't much new to report about Orcadia.
Sorry,
other than the fact that
sorry.
species
It's
diversity
okay.
is at an all-time high. With
Didn't
tree
mean to
frogs,
scare you.
geckos, blue ants, and other life forms at compost level. In fact, look at this. A mass of whitish buds have begun to grow on one of the branches. They're a bit eerie looking. Later in the day, this mass grew to this.
Now everybody leave me alone.
Mushrooms. These have been sprouting in our forest for years, both in Pandora and up in Orcadia. I was happy to see the fungi of our ecosystem also thriving. But AC family, sometimes I'll come across life forms that are neither plant, animal, nor fungus that will spring up in the Bavaria. And these next creatures, if they could be called that, were like surprise alien organisms that sprung out of nowhere.
Orly,
in Hydromel,
no.
The wetlands. Our wetlands, though kicking off with a sort of rough start, have turned out to be the most stable and unproblematic
I said
of
no.
the Bavarian worlds. With
No.
its gorgeous collection of plants
No.
growing epiphytically on the wood.
Get
The
down.
mosses and vines have truly thrived
Back
here,
up.
with the vines lowering their air roots
No, Orly.
down into the water to collect nutrients.
He's gonna be super cold. Them Floridians are getting hit by snowpocalypse, the Arctic blast. They only got rain tires. Nobody has traction tires.
Kept
Nobody
clean
has
and
trains.
manicured by the cleaner cherry shrimp
Nobody has
below
chains.
the water surface.
So
I love to watch Cascadia.
icy weather
the
is a
peaceful
whole
waterfall,
new concept.
deliver fresh water to the aquatic system. But one day, a few weeks back, I spotted something truly
What?
strange adjacent to the waterfall.
No. They definitely
These
don't do
pink
that.
bugs were nestled all around the wet moss. At first I thought it was perhaps droppings from some animal, but then figured it was possibly some kind of fungus. But AC family, upon further research, I was shocked to discover that these pink balls were were none of these.
Are you in Australia or in
Guys,
the United Kingdom?
This is Lycogala epidendrum, also known as groaning slime or goat's milk. It's actually a type of slime mold, an amoeba. These pink balls are the fruiting bodies of the Lycogala amoeba that spring up on damp, rotten wood.
I would consider it if I didn't have to go through all that biometric scanning shit.
Amoeba are single-celled individuals that move about as very small,
I don't know
amoeba-like organisms.
if I feel safe taking a plane anywhere.
That eat bacteria,
I think that
fungal and plant spores, protozoa,
more likely I would
organic
take a ship.
Crazy
I'd
to
feel more
think
safe on
that
a boat.
Such strange life forms exist in the world and in our ecosystem vivariums. From my collection,
But that shit
I
is
have a small
expensive.
container of water scooped up from a drum of water in the forest, containing some tree frog tadpoles and mosquito larvae.
I'm trying to convince one of
Have a
my
look at them.
mutuals to reach out to Royal Caribbean and see if we can get them to sponsor like a mom trip, so that like they can make an advertisement out of it.
This species of tree frog is likely different from the species we currently have living in our rainforest, seeing as they were born in a totally different part of the year. So I couldn't wait to see what type of tree frogs they would develop into. I could see little tiny legs already on the way. Now instead of pouring this whole thing into the water, where they would surely be eaten by the various predatory fish lurking within, I decided to simply place the entire container
That's all there is.
on this ledge to allow the critters to develop in peace,
Just a couple
as
of
they would have in the forest they were
crumbs.
collected from, to enter our system as adults when they were ready. On the moss nearby was a gruesome sight. A female cricket was devouring another cricket. The stench of the carcass attracted an Asian bullet ant.
What you doing?
Up in a nearby
Did you find some
plant,
cat food?
another cricket watched the gruesome sight from afar.
Here.
These crickets
All
are
right, now that's it.
opportunistic
This is
feeders.
it. All done after.
And my guess is
Okay,
another
there you
cricket
go.
slipped
All
from the
done.
driftwood
Now go lay down.
and fell into the water, eventually drowned.
Yuck.
And drifted its way to this bank, where the female snatched it up for a feast. Sometimes the drowned
All
insects
done.
will sink to the bottom, where they become food for
All
the
gone.
various creatures below. In
All
fact,
gone.
below the water's surface,
All gone.
you could see
All gone.
this in action.
You still got food in your bowl
A
over
very
there. If
pregnant
you
amano
in
shell
Orly's bowl,
was sifting
there's
through the
food in
grains of
Orly's
sand for
bowl.
edibles.
Orly food,
Sadly, the
Orly
larvae
bowl.
hatching from those eggs
Over there.
won't be able to survive.
Yeah, go check
as
it
they
out.
need partially salty water
Go check it out.
conditions
Orly
to
food,
develop.
Orly bowl.
I think a brackish water vivarium is in our
Food
future
in your bowl. Orly
just
bowl.
have to hang tight for that.
Yeah, go over there and check it out.
The tetras swam back and
Right
forth,
there, Orly bowl.
capturing edibles carried by the
Yeah,
currents.
go get it. Go get it. You know what I'm saying. I know you do. You're not gonna get any more cat food, bud.
I spotted one of the crayfish feeding on a drowned
He walked over there by his bowl.
that fell from above.
His bowl's literally right there.
It's sad that creatures from above suffer from such a watery fate.
He did.
But this transit of creatures traveling from Pandora and Orcadia
Yeah, there's Orly's bowl.
to Hydromeda to become food for the
Get your
creatures
food right there.
is
Orly
necessary
food, Orly bowl.
and a completely natural process.
See,
Pretty cool to
he
know
knows what
that
I'm
one
fucking
biome
saying.
is feeding
He understands
another.
English.
But speaking of the crayfish, there's a slight issue here.
It always amazes me, like, having a dog. I have not had a dog. This is my first dog ever that I've had. And, like, it's crazy because, like, even without, like, training, after time, you just eventually get to know each other. And you just know what you know? It's pretty cool. And the more the more that the more that I get to know him, sorry, I'm like watching him stand. I think his hips are bothering him, but he hasn't really been whining about it. Nah, he's fine. But anyway, so it amazes me how much English language he truly understands. And I'm always surprised when it happens. And like, even though it happens a lot, like I tell him to go over to his bowl pretty much every day. But it still is amazing to me. Sorry, I'm still trying to pay attention to his hip. 'Cause it's walking. Good boy. Exactly. Good job. Good boy. Good job. You want to go lay down now? Where's your bone? Where's Orly's bone? You don't know? You're not getting anything. No cat food. All done cat food. Nope. All gone. All gone. It's all gone. There's no more cat food for you, bud. You're not a cat. You're a dog. Yeah, that's a cat. That's money. Yep, that's a cat. That's money right there. You're not a cat, Orly. Orly is dog. Dog, eat dog food. Cat, eat cat food. Mom, eat mom food. Right? Mom no eat Orly food. Right? Mom no eat Orly food. Cat no eat Orly food. Orly food for Orly food. That's right. He gave up. Fucking rationalizing with my fucking dog. You had a heart attack? You gotta make it simple, you know, when you're really trying to get him to fucking understand. I can't believe you had a heart attack. Was it a real heart attack? Did you catch it early? I mean, you're alive, so. That's pretty fast. Dude, my heart, when I went to the emergency room that time, my heart, that's what it did, dude. It was just all of a sudden, and it just beat really super fast, and it made my lips tingle, and it was like really it was scary. That's why they were supposed to send me a heart monitor. They literally still haven't sent me that fucking heart. Like, they sent me one and it was defective. And I asked them to send me another one. I still have it in my top drawer, this old one. But I asked them to send me another one, and they've never sent it to me. It's been like a year at this point. I think I was in the shed still when I went to that appointment. Don't do that again, all right? Jeez, dude. Mortality is a hell of a thing. Damn, dude, I really, really, really cannot wait to find a freaking house so that Josh and Elliot and I can all be together. I'm so fucking ready to, at the very least, have a house. Or, I mean, like, honestly, I love my bus, but I need, like, a break. I need some, like, creature comforts and shit for a little while. Ugh. Something just happened. I think the next project that I work on, I think I'm going to find a way to clock in, you know, so that I can log how many hours I work on it. I just don't know if I'll remember to do it. I want to definitely try to like see how many hours I spend on each project. So then I'll have an idea, you know, how much realistically spending on yarn, like what is the actual value if I spend like, you know, $70 on yarn. And then I spend like 100 hours making something. Man, when I read my books now and like my medieval character spends time fashioning an item for their brother or sister, hand weaving the thing or fucking embroidering it by hand or punching all the holes for the leather, like I very much, like my brain goes on off a whole new tangent. I very much understand how much labor that actually is and how they're skipping quite a lot. They do that on TV too. They like only show you like, unless you've ever been around chopping wood, you know, your idea of chopping firewood is firewood on a thing and the chopping of the firewood. But there is like a whole lot more to it before you get to that point and then after that point. But if you are from South Florida and you've never experienced wood, you know, fetching and all that stuff, you'd have no clue what the other steps are. They just grossly edit things down to their most like simple parts. And I think that it's dishonest. That's why I think that's one of the reasons why I started live streaming. When I first started live streaming, I would live stream myself chopping firewood. Because I wanted people to see how much fucking work went into it. You gotta get the wood first. And then you have to freaking move it around where you need it to be, and then you have to fucking break it down into smaller parts. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, that sounds about right. So that, honest to God, the First Amendment, people take it for granted so much here in the United States. They don't understand how lucky we are and how much the First Amendment has actually really truly protected us. For real. No, not even close. I'm actually the most Christ-like person that I know, more so than any Christian. Oh, I saw the funniest post. It was a girl and she was using one of those filters that just takes your face, and the rest of the body was like this cartoon body that was flying through the sky and like this like wiggly body. And the song, you know, I Believe I Could Fly was playing, and she was like, the title was me, a Wiccan, on my way to, or after the after Armageddon, going up to heaven because I lived a more Christ-like existence than 90% of the Christians. Dude. They don't care. And you can't say anything about it. If you talk about what they're doing, you're gonna go to jail. Dude, I can't even believe that you're on my YouTube and that you haven't been fucking had a knock on your door. You can just ignore Jeff and also whatever the other person is. Don't give people your attention. That's all they want, is to be acknowledged. They're lonely and they're at home alone and they've got nobody else, and so they're going around fucking with other people so that they can get a reaction out of them. It's what makes them have their little rush. Yeah, well, I just saying though, like, I just saw somebody just the other day get arrested for fucking commenting on something about trans goofinism. Your discernment is not very strong, Jeff. Really? Jeff is 12. Jeff uses the word bro and just abbreviated for you to shut your bitch ass up. Jeff is definitely 12. So, yes, a vape. Okay. No, I'm not a devil worshiper. Not even close. I said what I was. The actually most Christ-like person that I know. I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal. I don't try to manipulate others to do what I want. I don't try to convince others to buy things they don't need. I just mind my own fucking business, and I'm good to other people. And that's pretty much it. I don't bother nobody. I mean, I bother plenty of people. Don't get me wrong. My minding my own business bothers a lot of fucking people for some reason. But because, you know, the devil, you know, the demons come out when you're actually living authentically and like you practice what you preach. The shit's gonna come at you hard and try to dissuade you. I like to think of myself like Job. I go through a lot of bullshit and a lot of shit happens to try to like take me out and to drag me down. But regardless of all that, I still have total faith that everything is happening exactly because it's meant to. And I trust God has my back. You know, I'm definitely one of those highly favored people when it comes to like everything has a reason. So maybe I'm not wealthy, like rich, but there's a fucking reason for that. And I already know what that reason is. There's a reason why I'm not famous. I already know what that reason is. And so it's not something I care to try and explore or even try to shoot for. And, you know, I'm not here for that. What I do have is the ability to maintain control of my emotions, and I choose to be a good person because it feels good to. And I know that only if I just continue to lead a life that is good and I don't do things to harm other people, no matter what, I will be highly favored in every scenario. So maybe it's not like your idea of success, but it's beyond what I could have ever conceived of. So. Yeah, you have no idea. I've had a lot of fucked up shit happen to me, but no, my child is safe, thank God, right as of today. But I am still young, you know what I mean? I'm still in the thick of the bullshit. I've lost everything. Everything that you can hold in your tangible hand, I have lost and had to regain. And it's all at the hands of others, intentionally sabotaging. If it wasn't for other people trying to sabotage my success, I would be way further along than I am right now. But I have a group of demon harpies, these like actual people like with dreadlocks, like the demons, like backyard wrestling ICP fans. And those demon harpies are constantly trying to destroy my life, but they can take away everything that I have ever gained, but it can never take away my connection to God. The fact that I've had a true, absolute, I experienced God, and it was so overwhelming, it knocked me off my feet, and I sat crying, sobbing on the ground, because the feeling of God's love was so fucking overwhelming. It was like a heaviness that was also light. It was just, I couldn't stand. And no one can ever take that away from me. Never. God has answered so many of my prayers, like the next day. And no one can take that away from me. No one can gaslight me into thinking anything else about myself. So I'm not afraid to be cringy, and I'm not afraid to embarrass myself. And therefore I'm more willing to seek out and take opportunities other people aren't. They're too afraid to step outside of their comfort, and I'm not. Banshees, yeah. In the literal sense. Let's see what Corgi is up to. Oh, 5 minutes from now. I really like the Discord message letting me know when to tune in. It's more accurate and regular than YouTube. Ugh, I'm extremely nauseated today. Okay, that's actually quite nice. That much airflow. Oh yeah, I remember her. All right, back to it. I knew I heard those dogs barking. like that? Why are you walking like that? I'm not going anywhere. I'm right back inside. Why is everybody following me? You guys are all following me for? I knew I heard those dogs barking. Okay. Still no Gordy. Hello, Mommy. Hello, Mommy. Okay, starting up, she says. It's been... Okay. Hi. Yes, I love you so much. Sure. No, that's not what I was saying. If you come here, you can lay down, right? Okay, we'll eat food then. Anytime now. Did it start? Should I refresh? Question mark. Hello. Thank you. Thanks, Pat boy. Super appreciate that. Willing, screeching evil female spirit that wanders at night and often heralding death or grave misfortune. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Thanks, Pat. That's so nice. I think that's that's like the first YouTube gift that I've ever gotten. I think I've gotten like gems or something here and there, but that might be the same thing maybe. Mary Lou, I think, gifted me some gems too. Hello. Hey, now. You were gone for 2 days. I literally was about to post on the community pages asking if anybody's seen you. Yeah, I was. I knew you'd be back though. I wasn't too worried, but I was starting to get worried. I'm so glad you're home. I missed you. To whomever asked me earlier if that cat was the best cat, no, this is the best cat right here. She takes care of herself. She goes and hunts. She's a great hunter.
It's been
There we
a while
go.
since I stream on YouTube, so I don't know if everything is still the same. Hopefully, I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna start utilizing the scheduled stream. That way, I can give you guys more of like a heads up when we're starting live, and then it won't just be like boom out of nowhere. But I highly recommend get on Discord, have your notifications on, and then if you're not on Discord, have your notifications on for YouTube. That way you guys can see, when the lives happen and then when new videos are posted. But press 1 in chat if you guys can see and hear me right now. I feel like there's a lot of additional steps when I'm doing the multi-stream because I start my stream on Twitch, and then I had to press a button for YouTube, and then another button, and then another button, and then another button, and then I think that's when it starts. So
She's replying to me.
it is working right now. Okay, so Subliminal says, yay, it's on. All right, cool. Hey guys, how's it going today? Let me make the font size a little bit bigger. It's really tiny.
Yay, I'm excited.
Hello. Hi Sarah, hi Subliminal, how are you guys doing today? Thank you so much for joining us. So right now we are in Fairfax, Virginia. And if you guys are familiar with what's happening on the East Coast right now, even I think like in the Midwest, there is a winter snowstorm. So they actually don't have court today. They don't have court tomorrow, but it gives me ample time to catch up. Although I'm pretty caught up with the all-pair trial. I am on day 7 right now, which I think is the latest one that is out. I believe so. So we're catching up, and the defense is presenting their case. Now, just a quick little summary about this case. The reason why this case caught my attention was because there was a video that popped up that Billy Politan had posted, and he was talking about this au-pair trial, and I was like, oh, interesting. Oh, Fairfax, Virginia? Okay, I'm quite familiar with the area. Judge Ascarati, the same judge that presided over the Depp v. Heard trial, very interesting. However, when he talked about the details of this case,
don't lay right on top of my string, Mommy.
Brendan is he's accused of murdering his wife, but it's not that simple. He's accused of having an affair with an au-pair Brazilian 22-year-old who was a live-in au-pair taking care of their 4-year-old child, and about a year in, they started having an affair. Now, Brendan's like, well, I don't want to divorce my wife. Divorce is not an option. Okay, why not? Are there a lot of assets? Is it because like the wife is crazy? Is the wife really rich? Is he afraid that the daughter's gonna be taken away from him? Does he think that like she's gonna take all his money? No, it was because he was just like, yeah, I just don't want to have like custody issues with my daughter. Okay, so what does he resort to? He resorts to making a fake account for his wife on this like fetish app, essentially getting someone to come over and making it look like something was happening to his wife, and he would come in and rescue and save his wife. However, what happens is when you have 2 people involved in a crime, allegedly, sometimes the other person flips and turns on you because they're going to try to save their own butts. Sometimes that happens. Now, essentially, this whole thing is really wild, but the good thing is that the opening statements are pretty quick, straight to the point, which I really appreciate. The defense's opening statement was very short as well. I actually thought they were going to cover a lot more, but this trial goes on pretty quickly, I would say. By the time we get to, I think, day 4, day 5, it's already the defense's case. All right, guys. Oh, I hope not. I don't know. I think what happens, Jasmine, I hope not. Yeah, so have your notifications on Discord. I recommend, if you have a Discord account, or if you don't, want to make one, feel free. But have your notifications on. I would say the Discord is like the best way to really see like when I post new videos for this channel, when the streams go live, and then also when if I have videos on my second channel with all the vlogs and stuff like that. All right. Honestly, crime scenes are so abnormal. I know. I saw it was like Fairfax, Virginia. Fairfax. I was just talking to this girl who is originally from Fairfax, Virginia, and I was like, did you not hear about the crazy murder that is happening right now? The murder trial? And she's like, no. And I was like, oh my goodness, it's wild. Fairfax, Virginia. Fairfax, Virginia is a very quiet, chill area. Pretty nice. I used to hang around that area and get food there. Hey, Joe, how are you doing today, Joe? Thank you so much for the resub for 53 months on Twitch. Hello, how are you? Hi, Midnight Grave. How's it going? Hope you guys are doing well. So, I'm curious, though. 1, in chat, if you guys have already seen, like, footage of this trial. 2, if you're like, I've never heard about this trial. It's happening right now. What? And 3, if you're like a mixed bag, if you're like, like I didn't watch all of it, but I watched it here and there, some parts of it. I'm just kind of curious to see if a lot of people are watching in on this because, like I said, I didn't really know much about this trial, but I was really intrigued because 1, Fairfax, Virginia, I was like, oh, familiar with this, area. Judge Ascarati, she's a presiding judge. And then also, when we hear about the details of what the defendant is being accused of, it's wild. It's pretty crazy. Jasmine's like 0. Okay. We have 1, we have 3. All right. 3, I've heard of it, but I didn't realize the trial began. Yes, it began about like 10 days ago. So today, what I'm planning to do, I'm going to listen to the opening statements with you guys. Again, they're pretty short, quite straight to the point. We'll listen to the
he's going in to check on the dogs now.
Opening statement, and then
maybe he'll clean up the poopy.
I'm going to jump on over to the au-pair's trial because the au-pair, the reason why she's testifying against the defendant, I mean, they were lovers for about almost 2 years. However, she was the one that was arrested first. She was incarcerated for a few months, and at some point, she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna I'm just gonna, agree to the plea deal. Initially for the plea deal, I think she was offered, what was it? What was she offered initially? Something that was just like pretty small. Her plea deal now is manslaughter with time served. But before, oh no, I think they offered her a misdemeanor and she rejected that. She rejected the misdemeanor. Anyways, there's a lot about this trial, and I think that's what we're going to be covering for today. Tomorrow, we are going to be streaming again, and I want to cover the body cam footage. We'll watch it with you guys together. They didn't show the body cam footage in the trial. However, we do have the body cam footage, and, I'm going to make sure that there's, nothing on there that we shouldn't be looking at, but I think it's fine. I don't think they show anything that's, real something grisly or anything like that. All right, so what, again, was his plan? What will be the result be? So he wanted to leave his wife.
Good. He's gonna clean it up.
Brazilian
Yay.
au pair. But divorce was not an option because he didn't want to have custody issues with the child. So he was like, you know what? I'm gonna resort to murdering my wife. However, he is he calls himself a federal agent, but he works with the IRS. I don't know, when I think of federal agents, I'm like, oh, you're doing some really cool stuff. Nah, man, this guy was working with the IRS, okay? No shade at people who work with the IRS or anything like that, but it just doesn't sound as exciting as ooh, federal agent, you're doing something more exciting, more cool. But he was like, I don't want it to be traced back to me. If I hire someone to murder her, if I do it, it's going to be traced back to me somehow. So what he does is he takes his wife's phone, creates a fake account on this fetish app, where the wife is essentially soliciting for people to come over and have sex with her. However, there's this fantasy thing where it's oh, I want you to break into my house, and I want you to try to say in a way where we're not gonna, get dinged, but I want you to ravish me, and no matter how much I fight back, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. However, there are some caveats. I want you to leave your phone in the car. I'm not going to have my phone on me. We're not going to meet ahead of time. We're not going to FaceTime ahead of time. So there's a lot of red flags here where most people would probably you know what, this seems a little bit weird. I'm not going to engage with this. However, they were able to find someone who was willing to. And unfortunately, maybe they were just very, I don't know. Some people, I guess, are just maybe not as careful, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit.
And that's why everybody who lives
pretty much,
with any sense keeps
so the plan was
a high-speed projectile within hand's reach.
Her. And the husband walks in and was like, "Oh my God, this guy's attacking you!" And then he's supposed to save the wife from the attack. But then at that point,
that's crazy.
They're gonna try to make it look like the wife was attacked by the man. So we'll listen to the opening statements, and then if there's more context, I'll probably give you guys more context because I've already seen
people are fucking wild, dude. See, it's so crazy to conceive that people would behave in that way.
It's just it's just this crazy things that people come up with,
right?
And the fact
I literally just said that.
Be able to get away with it, pretty wild. I mean, the au pair, 22 years old, young, naive. But this man, I think he's maybe mid or late 30s. Just, yeah, I don't know. Just just so silly. Anyways, the word that I was looking for was naive. In reference to the man that decided to ignore all the red flags and pursue this adventure. All right, hi Beaver, how are you doing today? Hello, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. So let's jump in. We'll listen to the opening statements, and they don't show exhibits on here, but I do have some exhibits on my other screen, so I'll drag them over as we are going through them, just so you guys can see some pictures and stuff like that. But dude, it's wild, it's sad, it's crazy, and the daughter that they have together, she was 4 years old at the time, essentially losing her mom and possibly losing her dad because he might be incarcerated for the rest of his life. I don't know. How do people come up with these plans? It's just crazy. It's beyond me. All right, y'all. Let's jump over to
the audacity.
Again, you guys, does she look familiar to you guys? Same judge who presided over Deputy Heard, and we haven't seen her in a bit. I think it's been 5 years since we've last seen her on a trial. Crazy how time flies.
5 years?
All right, guys. Let me make the audio loud, and I might need to boost the audio up. I think the audio's not the greatest. I think for the initial first days, I think the audio gets a little bit better.
It's been 5 years since the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial.
Do some audio stuff.
Hello.
Follow along with the details
We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Bryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Nova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie.
Oh, yeah,
It's
so
always the
victim,
rich
Christine,
people.
37 years old, and Brendan was 38 years old. I forgot how old he was, so I just wanted to point
Rich
that out.
people
Now,
audacity.
how's the audio? It's a little bit, you know, kind of sounds
Honey,
like she's
it's just a
going
little
into
bit of
fishbowl,
string.
but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We've had way worse audio. Let me know if I should. I turned it down a little bit because I think it's just a little bit too loud.
38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse. Many of you know what nurses' hours are. She could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern, so regular daycare was not an option for the family. They hired an au pair, Juliana Perez Michaelis. She was from Brazil.
They hired an au pair. Rich people's problems.
While Brendan traveled for work, and Christine worked her nurse's hours.
This is why you don't marry a rich man, y'all. I've been trying to tell you this for a long time. You know,
And there's me
a man
footage. I don't
who
mind watching
is
this one, but
super
the
wealthy.
neighborhood is a very nice residential neighborhood. The houses are big.
Bad
very
news bears,
spaced
dude.
out, you know, it seems like a very quiet area. So for something like this to happen,
They're
in
not
this
used
neighborhood,
to
it's
not getting what
probably
they want,
pretty fucking wild.
and they're
There's
not
gonna be a
used to
hell of
getting
a
away
TikTok
with,
that daughter
you
will
know,
someday
they're not
story
used to
time
getting
how my dad murdered my
holding,
mom, seeing her
being
in
held
the
accountable for their own
possibly,
choices.
possibly.
That address referenced
The children of wealthy people, especially. And I'm pretty sure that that reason is why I'm not wealthy. Elliot's not supposed to grow up like that.
In August of 2022, Brendan began an affair with Juliana. Initially, it was just sex when Christine was at work or asleep, but eventually it developed into a relationship. They went on dates. They went to bars, clubs, dancing.
And you know what? She was posting this on her, I don't know if this is Instagram or what, but she was posting it on social media. Now, she did block out his face, but I mean, come on. Like, I don't know if that's their bathroom. Maybe it's a hotel bathroom. Is that a bottle of Astroglide? I don't know what that is. Oh, let me fix the, sorry. Let me fix the angle for you guys, because we had it zoomed in. There you go. So this is December 2022, about 2 months in after the affair started, and roughly about 2 months before Christine is going to be murdered. She posted on her social media. She blocks his face out with like smiling face emoji, and I'm assuming maybe, you know, Christine didn't follow her on social media, and that's why she was lip brazen about it. But she did hide the face though. At least she did that. Here's another post on her, I guess, like Instagram story where it's his hands or his hand on her thigh. Creepy, like ugh. I think this is a video of them. I don't know if there's music though, so we're not gonna play. I'm gonna mute it actually. Play the video. That's her. That's the au pair. And she puts a little smiley face over him. Okay, I guess maybe there's no music.
Why are men like that, you
So
know?
she was, like,
See what they mean? You hire a freaking young woman to help take care of your kids. And the sleazeball has an affair and then decides that you need to be taken out. Like, that's some crazy shit. Like, I don't, that's like,
planning their future. On a trip to New York,
it's like a community I don't want to be a part of. You know what I mean? Like,
he didn't want to lose custody of Valerie. He didn't even want to share custody of Valerie. He thought Christine was a terrible mother. He wanted her out of the picture. And he convinced.
But he thought a 22-year-old would be a better mom.
Young Juliana, 22 years old, not from the United States, living in his home, in love with him.
I just finished that book, The Housemaid. Have you guys seen the movie, The Housemaid?
But he was concerned that would tie back to him.
It's out in theaters, I think, now.
He could end up at risk. So they crafted the plan. They would use Christine's email accounts to create.
I can't watch the movie. It's probably too much violence for my taste, but the book was pretty good. They just don't describe things that, you know, like in gory detail.
Pretending that it had been that bad. That was the plan.
Oh, thank goodness.
They
Yay.
Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes.
He's totally doing all the things. Yay.
But see, can you imagine the wife's reaction? So she's in her bedroom, she's asleep. Strange man comes in, starts attacking her, and then her husband comes in to save her. That must have been a sense of relief. That you're being rescued, your husband is there to take care of you, but then all of a sudden, your husband turns on you and starts coming at you and stabbing you. So what are the things that would go in your head during that time? Would it be, oh, is he stabbing me because he's angry and he thinks I'm having an affair? Oh, but wait a second. Why does he have a knife with him? Why was he already ready to attack me? I just feel so bad for her. There must have been so many crazy thoughts going through her mind at that point. And she was already going through a traumatizing event of being attacked by a strange man in her room. I feel so bad.
Fulfillment of this extreme. He posted his Christine.
I don't want to listen to all this goriness. I like corgi a lot, but I'd rather listen to... Do you have an ear infection? Can I see inside your ear? Your ear is all warm. Your gland swollen? I'm just checking you out. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, let go. I love you so much. You're my good girl. That's my mama. That's my mama's. You want me to rub your belly? You want me to rub your belly? Yeah? Okay. I'll rub your belly for you. I love you. Okay, you all done? Oh, I love you. I love how she wraps her tail around me to give me like extra huggies. Really? Are you sore or something? What's going on there? There we go. There you go. Just let me check you out. It's okay. Silky stay. I'm watching you. My sweet mama girl. She's my sweet mama's girl. Oh, you got some bite marks on you, huh? You get into a fight? Oh, no. You get into a fight? I think it's time for you to take an anti-worm medication. I think I have 2 more. Mm-hmm. I think I wanna go take a nap. I'm gonna go take a nap. I will see you guys later, Gator.